National anthem, please. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I don't normally do a lot of yays, but I really do want to thank our multi-agency drug task force and the Sheriff's Department for taking 20 pounds of methamphetamine after a 9-month investigation off the streets that were directed to Humboldt County. That is huge. Some of those members on that drug task force are Measure O, Measure Z people, so I thank you people for that. 20 pounds. We used to just take 5 or 6 pounds a year. We are just obliterating those records now, so I want to thank. And that was a Saturday night at 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but they on a 3-day weekend, and they made it happen. So thanks, Drug Task Force and all the agencies involved. With that, this paid political comment brought to you by
Supervisor Madrone would like to pull item C17 for discussion this morning.
And I would like to pull C11.
I will move approval of the consent calendar minus C17 and C11.
Second.
No? No, we're not pulling C11. I apologize. No.
I amend my
Thank you.
my motion to add C11 back into the consent calendar.
Okay. It's good for me.
It's been moved and seconded. Public comment?
Rex, that was a joke. I totally approve of everything that our district attorney is doing there. So I apologize. I won't joke you out about that. I did want to make mention on thanking the sheriff for that. The sad thing is I'm not sure we're getting any more of a ratio as far as pounds go. There is so much more of
We
that.
got 20 pounds off. That's what I know for
that
sure.
is fantastic. But my main concern is, how much more there is out there, and the reason there was 20 pounds is indicative. So they're doing a great job. Totally support what they're doing. Totally support the money for Measure Z and O being used for that. So ditto to what you said there. C14 I wish to talk about. My understanding from what I see here is this is the implementation of what you decided to do in December 18 of 2018, which was the big raise that all the 1%ers got. So we have step raises that I think the first year happened, step A, and for some reason the electeds weren't in with your people that are your department heads, so you're trying to correct a mistake and put parity out there or something. I still will object to that raise. I object to it because it took 3 years of having this council come in here and negotiate with the IHHS workers for 3 years, offering them 5 cents, and then this gigantic one went through. And this is indicative to me of a problem we have here with Ms. Nielsen and the agenda here. And so we are making parity finally. Don't know why it wasn't done at the same time, but I still will continue to make points out there that raise and this raise should have been equal to what the average Humboldt County employee got, which was 2% per year. And I know it shows they're working 40 hours. I will be making a public records request to show that you guys are all doing time cards, preferably under penalty of perjury, and after that raise are working 2 more hours. Now, I know a lot of you work 60 or 70 hours, but you're filling out time cards now that say you're working 40 or something, I assume, and the public has a right to know if everybody is working those 2 more hours. John Ford and these people, they work 60 hours a week. Your ex-county council or your current county council on paid administratively, he'd come in on Sundays and work. The people are, and you guys work. You know how many hours you guys put in. So I'm not dishing that, but I just don't understand the justification, and I want to see the actual 2 hours from everybody who got that raise. And so I will be asking for those records that will demonstrate it. If it's not there, then it's expected to be rolled back because there is no change. That's just right and fair. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on item C14 today.
Great, thank you.
morning.
Good morning.
Maggie Fine, District Attorney. I just wanted to say how much I appreciated all the work that's been done to move this fifth floor project forward. I know it's been a little bit of time. I'm just doing this as a,
Maggie,
yes.
that's on the agenda, it's not on the consent.
I thought it was still on consent. I
No.
thought it was C11, you took it back off, so it's still on.
No,
the-
C11 was Stacy Eads, right?
Oh, no, I thought C11 was, shall I come back? I'll say thanks.
C11
again.
was, and Stacy Eads deserves every penny she gets. She works
does.
hard.
She does. Thank you.
Always nice to see you, though. Anybody else? We'll close public comment. Was that flashing light? Boy, you take direction well. Move. Okay, now stand on one leg.
Thank you, Chair Bohn, members of the board. I just want to, I see on the consent calendar, we've got a proclamation regarding September being Recovery Month. And just want to thank you for taking the time out to put that resolution together. And as you know, there's in this community, we've got problems in terms of substance use disorders as well as mental health disorders. And just want to acknowledge the, really thousands of people who are struggling with those illnesses. They are illnesses, and working towards recovery. And as well, I'd like to acknowledge the people, the staff in the county and contractors that also help them in that journey to get to a place where they are more functional in society and having better lives. So, anyway, thank you.
I do have a proclamation I was going to read for you, so you want me to read it?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I have an official document to read into the record if you want.
Sure.
Cool. You guys stay right there, though. Whereas September is National Recovery Month and recovery happens in Humboldt County. Whereas early intervention, treatment, and recovery services for mental health challenges and substance use disorders and co-occurring disorders is effective and people can and do recover in our area and around the nation. Whereas we must encourage relatives and friends of people with mental health challenges and substance use disorders to implement preventive measures, recognize the signs, and guide those in need to the appropriate early intervention, treatment, and recovery support services. Whereas countless lives have been impacted by drug use in Humboldt County, from the people who use drugs to their loved ones and the community around them. Whereas it is important to show people who are struggling that there are people in recovery who are succeeding and achieving and sustaining long-term recovery is possible in Humboldt County. Whereas many people who work in the field of addiction, including treatment providers, sponsors, judges, attorneys, police officers, and other community partners, need to see recovery is possible, and there are many success stories in our county. Whereas Recovery Happens in Humboldt County is a group of substance abuse counselors and other community members who are aiming to change the vision of the community and kicking off National Recovery Month with the second annual Recovery Happen in Humboldt Picnic and Walk on Saturday, September 7th, at Sequoia Park in Eureka. Now therefore resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors recognizes September as National Recovery Month and invites residents of Humboldt County to join celebrating recovery. Rex Bohn, Chair.
Thank you. I didn't realize that you were going to do that.
We got more.
Good morning, my name's Danette. Yeah. And I'm the chairperson for Recovery Happens in Humboldt. And I just wanted to share a little bit. In the county of Humboldt, the community talks a lot about addiction, especially opioids and needles. And yeah, this is a real problem, but the bigger problem is that we never talk about the people that are in recovery and succeeding or show others that recovery is possible. The Recovery Happens in Humboldt County was started to stop the separation of how we recover and embrace the different ways that people do recover. There are many that work in the field of addiction, treatment providers, sponsors, police officers, probation officers, judges, social workers, and of course our Board of Supervisors. It's real easy to get discouraged and think that success is low because they never see how many lives have been encouraged by the work that they do. We have some awesome people in recovery that have gone on to lead successful lives, and it's important to celebrate them and how they got here. They as well need to see that recovery happens and is possible. Stigma exists and is a barrier to the success of individuals who exit incarceration and attempt to reintegrate back into society. Recovery Happens in Humboldt aims to change the vision of the community and show that recovery is possible and give hope. Thank you.
Hi, Wes Harrison from Crossroads. I want to thank you for the proclamation. We worked long and hard on Recovery Happens in Humboldt, putting it together now for the second year. I would say that our issue is an image problem here in Eureka and Humboldt County. People in recovery live in anonymity while addiction is on full display. This event is an opportunity for us to show and change that image, that our community is one of recovery, kindness, and compassion, and together we all can recover. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jason Mills. I'm also from Crossroads, and I'd just like to say that I'm a member of this community, and I'm also the Secretary for Recovery Happens in Humboldt Committee. And I would just like to add that thank you guys for your support, and that I am one of the community members that is in recovery, and now I'm a professional working in that field. Thank you.
Arlette, how long has Crossroads, you're gonna have to be at the mic, how long has Crossroads been in operation?
44 years.
Exactly, thank you. It's not, it didn't just happen, this problem's been here, and I think your statement about the addiction is so vocal, but the recovery is nobody sees it. And I can tell you that recovery can happen, and you can succeed after that, so. You bet. Okay, is there anybody else that wants to speak on this one? It's already been moved, but I'll let you speak on it again. If not, I'll bring it back to the board. Anybody want to say anything? If not, thanks you guys. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for being here.
We hope to see you all out there.
Okay. With that, we're going to go to, what? Oh, all those in favor of the consent calendar?
Aye.
Opposed? With that, we're going to jump into a time certain. This is a presentation from our economic RCA's office and infrastructure development to the Samoa Peninsula.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair. My name is Scott Adair. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt. On July 23rd, Nordic Aqua Farms, an aquaculture company who is interested in making a capital investment in the County of Humboldt for the construction of an RAS facility, made a presentation to your board. They outlined in that presentation certain infrastructure challenges which existed in the county and on the Samoa Peninsula, which potentially threatened their project. Our team, our staff, has met with Nordic Aqua Farms on many occasions to talk about the potential for the opportunity for their project, which would result in over 100 primary and ancillary jobs, $400 million for phase 1 of the construction. And we've talked about some of the concerns that they've had, and also we have discussed other locations that they have reviewed and assessed for their project, some of which are out of state. And whereas the staff has made it very clear, the staff from Nordic has made it very clear that Humboldt is their favorite location for this project, They also feel that in terms of comparison to some of the other regions and other project sites that they looked at, that Humboldt didn't quite have its infrastructure together. So our team has been engaged in discussions and due diligence with regards to that infrastructure. We've been working with our external partners, other agencies, the Water District, the Harbor District. We've been working internally with the Treasurer, other departments to talk about funding and financing for some of these infrastructure projects. We've also been engaged as we've been discussing this Nordic project locally as a community in engagement for recruitment for other businesses who are also interested in projects on the Samoa Peninsula. Some of those businesses who are interested in the peninsula because of the attention that our community is receiving over the Nordic Aqua Farms project. The opportunities are of especially, I would say they're of interest to me and exciting because many of the businesses that have reached out to us and who are looking to invest in the peninsula and start projects are companies whose services or products are aligned with solutions for climate change. For example, last week we had 3 representatives from a company fly into Humboldt and meet with some of our local stakeholders here. They're interested in investment on the peninsula. Their company, their product and their service that they provide is engaged in the revitalization of plankton beds and the rejuvenation of ocean barrens. So it's really fascinating that we're getting not just development and business opportunities for Humboldt, but those which are aligned with repairing and fixing the climate. As we toured the peninsula last week with this other company that came out to visit, again, infrastructure questions came up, as they often do when we meet with potential businesses who are interested in the community. And it is sometimes challenging to answer some of those infrastructure questions because some of our infrastructure is either inadequate or it doesn't exist or it's in disrepair. We have been engaged with our federal partners and state partners to try to find solutions for addressing some of those infrastructure challenges. And hot off the presses, I'm happy to share, we just got the word Friday, and really this is all Kenny Spain, who's on my team, this is his doing, so he should get the credit. But Kenny, working with John and working with the Water District, they were able to identify a source for 80% of the funding for phase 1 of the necessary water repairs that need to be done for water infrastructure. And that's from the feds. And so later, if you have questions about that, John Friedenbaugh with the Water District is here. Kenny can also answer some of those questions. But despite some of the funding that we have been able to find, oftentimes this funding requires some sort of a match to go behind it in order to secure the funding. And the funding for 80% of phase 1 was for water only. We have other infrastructure problems on the peninsula that are acting as a barrier and an obstacle to development and business recruitment. Broadband, communications is a consistent question that comes up with regards to what is or is not available on the peninsula, but also other just simplistic, roads, bridges, transmission lines, fire hydrants. These are all things that appear to be in some form lacking or in disrepair or need some sort of attention as we work to attract new business to the peninsula. As we've worked with our federal partners to identify funding, we've come up with a variety of potential solutions. Kim Van, our state director for the USDA, was out recently, and I actually want to thank the chair, Rex Bohn, for putting us in direct contact with her. Kim sat down with us and shared with us a variety of ways that the USDA could potentially fund some of these infrastructure improvements out on the peninsula. The challenge is issuing those loans and grants to entities who do or do not have skin in the game. One potential way to solve that is through the formation of a JPA. That JPA would be formed at just simply making infrastructure improvements on the peninsula. It could be as broad or as narrow as the parties to the JPA define it to be. A CSD district, other types of contractual relationships are also options that could be explored so that the parties who are involved can go out and secure funding for some of these infrastructure projects. we have asked a lot of our partners who we've been in communication with over the last 90 to 120 days to be here today. Representatives from the Water District are here. We've been in discussions with the Water District and their staff. A representative from the Harbor District is here today. Also, some of the internal staff we've been working with, planning and building, the treasurer, etc. There's also a representative from Nordic here today. We've tried to bring everyone together in the room so that if you have questions, we're all here to answer those questions for you, and so that we can all be together as we make this decision moving forward. I would like to point out, and I think this was brought up in Nordic's July 23rd presentation to your board, that in the middle of this month, they are going before their board to make a recommendation as to whether or not they want to move forward with the project in Humboldt County. So this is a community discussion that we're having with regards to infrastructure. That is why we've asked your board to, our recommendation actually has been to review a letter of support for the Nordic. Yes, I see
I'm
a
sorry.
question on your, yes.
Which board are they going to in the middle of the month?
Their board of investors.
Their board, okay, their board, okay.
Their board to determine whether or not they want to move forward with the project.
Right.
So that said, I'll go ahead and just open it up for any questions that you may have. And again, you have Kenny, John, myself, but we also have other stakeholders in the room as well.
And I've had a few people ask, and I see Larry here and stuff like that, and since he wasn't there when buying that place for $1 is starting to not look as appealing as it once was. But with that being said, as we move forward, instead of leasing the property to at least the Nordic Farms parcel, because there's such a big parcel out there, for the part they're going, is there any chance of, helping both the harbor by selling the property to them so they have a little more skin in the game? I'd like to see them a little more invested, so they have a little more skin in the game. And then as we support this JPA and we try to support it, we will be getting actually tax dollars from the land base also, rather than just the stuff on top of it. So I'm just wondering if that's a possibility, because I know their mission statement doesn't call them to be landlords and that. It's just for the enhancements of the bay, both for recreation, transport, and things like. So I'm just wondering if that's available at all.
I could invite Larry Ocker with the Harbor District to come up. He may be able to answer that question or give you a little more insight. Also, Lynette Mullen, who's representing Nordic, is here today too. Maybe he'll give some insight.
Or lease option, something like that. Virginia?
Yeah, well, and I just wanted to, remind everyone, at least in my mind, that this, while we talk a bit about Nordic and we know they need some information to take to their folks, this is something much bigger than just one project. So, I just want to really keep that on, the higher level of this conversation. But, I think it's fine to ask those questions. I just wanted to make sure that we don't go too far down into that one specific thing, because I'm in on these meetings. I see the depth and breadth of the issues on the peninsula, which is, I think, one of the biggest economic opportunities that we have in this county. So while I understand the focus on one and that they need this information, I just really want us all, I'd like everyone to look at the bigger picture.
Maybe that's misunderstood. It's not just on one. It's about funding the higher level later on by, and the commitment. So that's the only thing. That's the only thing there.
That's correct, Chair. And even a JPA could be aimed at not just water infrastructure. The Water District, that does fall under their purview. They have as it is indicated in the staff report, they have the authority to raise revenue and raise funding for that. And working with our team, we have found that 80% for phase one. However, there are other infrastructure problems that still exist, some of which are water, some of which may be related to communications or roads, et cetera. So the JPA, at least as we sat down with the USDA and sat down with Kim, could be one potential avenue for, I guess what's really important there is it's bringing all of the stakeholders together, because a lot of the stakeholders have different levels of expertise and knowledge. We don't have an understanding of the harbor, for example, like Larry does, or the water situation like John does. But if you bring the parties together, then they bring all of their knowledge and expertise to the table, but as equal partners.
Great. Supervisor Fennell?
Yeah, I just wanted to say with reference to Aquafarm that that was the big question from their representative at the last meeting we discussed. That is just a level of participation at the county level, whether or not they could expect to be welcomed, basically. And I think that they're planting the seed for the eventual other development in that area. So I think that is important that they know that Humboldt County is interested in these kinds of projects if we can manage it.
Supervisor Wilson?
First of all, I want to address a little bit of revisionary history here. The taking over of the pulp mill resulted in the removal of 4 million gallons of toxic materials from Humboldt Bay that were an imminent threat to the entire bay, and really could not have been done without public ownership. And the cost that we didn't have in terms of a spill that could have occurred, we're all grateful that that has happened, and we're all beneficiaries of that at every level, and I want to make sure that's in the record. I also want to point out that I'm not in favor of breaking apart our public entities as far as port infrastructure and lands go, because successful ports, generally speaking, almost always are basically publicly owned. And the reason for that is because the aggregation of those lands for public ownership has basically been what has drawn and brought in the public infrastructure to do that. And one of the things that's actually held us back in Humboldt Bay is this hodgepodge of private ownerships competing with one another and not really coming together on the infrastructure needs. And that's been one of the reasons why we're so lacking in infrastructure, is because there hasn't been a united entity on a landscape scale that's been able to do the job. And that's what we're being asked to do here. And it's sort of crab walking or walking backwards into planned use development. I mean, if it was, many other places, you'd have a very large piece of publicly owned land. You do the planning for basically a business park model, which is what most ports operate under, and that's how they actually are so successful in what they do. And so I would say not a great strategy to break it apart, even the minuscule bits that we have, and I think that's not a good strategy. So I disagree with regards to that, and that's why we have all kinds of opinions up here. I would like to also consider that if we're moving or thinking about a JPA or a CSD related to the peninsula, I would add that maybe a broader scope, a bit of a broader scope than that we include the areas such as down at Fields Landing, where we have an opportunity for development there as well, shipyard opportunity in terms of boat building and or repair. And I don't mean large ships, but it has a great opportunity for other businesses down there as well. And I would add that maybe we add to that a resilience component, in that sea level rise is something that we are going to have to deal with, and that we will need a CSD or a JPA in the long run that deals with our levee infrastructure, with our infrastructure related to protection of these assets that we're talking about. So I think a broader JPA that takes on those issues as well would be something we should consider, if it's not JPA or a CSD or whatever it is you're looking at. So those are my general, feelings about this. I do think that it's not just about Nordic farms, which I think we should, or aqua farms, we should, when we start going through the motions for these recommendations for us to do, so I would like to ask that the letter of support be separated out from that, so we can discuss that separately and sort of the language that we might consider. But if we do want, if it is a goal, and I agree with Supervisor Bass, it is a goal that we want to have more of this type of development on the peninsula, infrastructure is something we're going to have to deal with as a community. And that's not just, it's not just water delivery, it is the quality of that water. And I don't think anyone's asking for us as the county for any kind of handout, because we don't have anything to give. It wouldn't, ask all you want, but that's not how it really works. We would be on a team that seeks that state and federal funding to make that happen, which is what we'd be in competition with every other community doing the same thing. We're not a standout in terms of that. The way we stand out is that we have a unique opportunity, and it's different. And I agree with you. I have seen many businesses look at this location and look at, it's a bit funky with regards to the roads, and the Harbor District has done a road improvement plan which could be acted upon in terms of water, in terms of sewer, but the assets that we have out there are immense. We have an outfall, which is, you could never permit one of those ever again. We do have water delivery to the site, although it needs some help. We do have power, and we do have a semblance of roads out there. And so there is, its location is ripe for this type of thing. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yeah, I just want to reel this back into the letter from the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District and the needs that the district has, but also their interest in collaborating, which I think is exactly the way we need to move forward, is this teamwork approach. Let's all put everything in together and solve this issue. The thing that's interesting to me is it's that the infrastructure is just around 3 million, but it's the taking the turbidity out, which was a big factor for Aquafarm, was anything between 15 and 50 million. And is that based on when you look at the infrastructure to see if the pipes are is there something in the analysis of the infrastructure that might lead you to know whether or not it's 15 or 50 million, I guess, is my question.
That's a great question, and goes back to our recommendation of bringing all the partners together, because we're not experts in that. However, John is.
Yeah.
So good segue. I'm going to turn it over to John, and then he can go through. And Ryan, are you able to pull that up from the agenda?
We have that mapping.
Oh, you have that map too. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to John then with the Water District.
Okay, great.
Okay, so to answer your question directly, the 15 to 50 million is just a clarifier to take out the turbidity. There's no pipeline, there's no pumping or facility at Essex. So it's just to clarify the water. At LP and Simpson, when the pulp mills operated, each of those facilities had their own separate private clarifier. And those have been out of service for, 10 to 15 years. So I toured, as a matter of fact, yesterday, the Simpson clarifier, and nothing inside the building is usable, understandably. So, we're looking at all different options of, can we rehabilitate one of those prior structures, or do we have to look at a brand new facility? And the 15 to 50 million is a brand new facility.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And so it's a brand new facility, okay. And they would be looking for, Aquafarms and possibly the other businesses that are interested too would be looking for a clarity of water even more than that the pulp mills were dealing with. They would be, or not.
Yeah, I
No?
can't answer that for Nordic, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
John, if I remember right, the water for the industrial users is surface water, right?
That's correct.
And the drinking water that everybody drinks comes from 60 feet underground in the sand beds with the full filtration, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that we really do need to have infrastructure improvements out on the peninsula. It is an opportunity just waiting there to be turned into some valuable activity and jobs and production for the community. So I fully support that. It was interesting in our packet to hear the take on how the Humboldt Bay Water District got its start back in the 50s, when there was the idea that these pulp mills might want to locate here. Sound familiar? Large industry, maybe wanting to locate here. And so the district was formed and the infrastructure was put into place to be able to provide those millions of gallons a day on the hopes that they would site here. But what if they hadn't? You know, the ratepayers would have been paying a pretty high price for their water because of that expense. And so that's always kind of the trick, you know, of the cart and the horse and all that stuff. You want to entice industry and get them to come in, but then what if they don't, or they stay for a little while and then they leave, and they leave a nightmare of toxic waste that has to be cleaned up? So, you know, those are the kinds of things that concern me when we're enticing business into our community, is who's going to foot the bill for these things? Is it going to be the ratepayers that pay the upfront costs? What about the cleanup costs? All those kinds of things. I certainly recognize the dilemma that we're in right now with our water, in that, what was it, 60 or 70 million gallons a day was being used by the pulp mills, and the aqua farms might use half of that, which is a great start, I mean, in terms of protecting our water rights, because if we aren't utilizing this water, it's the waters of the people of the state of California, and as we all know, other areas could compete for that water right when we have to renew in 29, is it, 2029?
That's correct.
Yeah, so those are very concerning issues, and I really appreciate the proactive work that the board and the district are doing to try and argue for in-stream beneficial uses and look for new customers that might use substantial amounts of water. All those kinds of things are very, very positive in my estimation. And so I think a JPA makes a lot of sense, you know, to be bringing all the parties together to look at how's this going to work. But when we talked last time in July, it was both the water piece of this as well as the site cleanup, and I haven't heard anything about the site cleanup piece. Has there been any progress made on identifying possible sources, or, you know, would the JPA also be engaged in that in regards to site cleanup, resources, funds? Because that's a pretty hefty bill, and we don't even have an estimate for that at this point.
The JPA, if the JPA were formed, the idea is that it would be all of the parties involved presently out on the peninsula, but who may be operating in somewhat of a siloed or independent approach.
Sure.
So Harbor District, Water District, the new CSD that's being formed, county could come together. So those questions could be deliberated and decided upon by the JPA members, and priorities could be created. I do know that the Harbor District has made a lot of progress with regards to cleanup and what they're doing out there for remedying the brownfield issues that exist. And I think, is Larry, maybe Larry could give us a quick, do you mind coming up, giving us a quick update on?
Yeah, because I certainly applaud all the cleanup work that has
You can use
already
it,
occurred.
Larry. Kenny, you can stay there. We'll put him on the hot spot.
As what was discussed, the Harbor District has invested millions of dollars into cleaning up the pulp mill. We've been partnering with the U.S. EPA Brownfield program for some time. A complete groundwater assessment was completed, and the site's under remediation right now, and it's declining. The levels of contamination out there are significantly declining. In July, the EPA and the Water Quality Control Board came out and did a comprehensive surface soil sampling analysis that was done over the entire 30-acre section of the property. And we just got those results back. They were just done in July. We just got them back. They haven't been fully analyzed yet, but preliminary analysis show that the contamination, essentially they didn't find anything significantly as my concerns. I don't want to say that's the absolute fact because it hasn't been completely analyzed yet. But in addition to the 4 million gallons of toxics, the groundwater is being in situ remediated right now, and the soils have been assessed as of last month. We're working to remediate that property, and that's one of our primary goals, is to keep Humboldt Bay and the community safe.
Great, glad to hear it.
Larry? Yeah, surprisingly so. The site was a lot cleaner, I know, when they did the assessments, when it was sold, one of the times it was sold. And LP is still on the hook for a little bit of this, right?
I don't want to get into too much of the legal aspects of it, but in general, the LP is responsible for what's below the ground, and
Yes.
the Harbor District is what's above the ground.
Exactly. And the below the ground, from all the core samples that have been done over the multitudes of years between closures and everything else, it's surprisingly, the site is not. They actually did have a pretty good system out there where they.
It appears like there was good systems in place.
Good job, Richard.
So yes, we're very happy with the results thus far. It's like we said, we've invested millions of dollars into this with our partners, the EPA and Water Quality Control Board.
Great, thank you for those efforts. And so if I might continue through the chair.
Please.
I note that the 50 million was 34 million last time we spoke, so that price has gone up 16 million in an estimate, and I understand that until you get all the parties together, but I just thought it was curious that it went from 34 last month to 50 possibly at this point. Significant numbers, no easy thing to overcome, but again, the JPA definitely makes a lot of sense as the approach to try and use to deal with these elements. And when you say phase one, the phase one work, 80% of funding potentially secured, is phase one the feasibility analysis? Can you describe what phase one was, please?
So looking at this map that's in your board packet, our pumping facilities originate out at Essex on the Mad River on West End Road, and you really can't see it on the screen. Hopefully your board packet, you can see in the upper right-hand corner, there's two pipelines, basically a very dark blue, which is the domestic drinking water pipeline, and then a purple pipeline, which is much smaller. That's the industrial line, and they parallel each other coming through Arcata, across the bottoms, and then down the Samoa Peninsula. And the industrial line stops at Simpson. Pulp Mill is the farthest point south. And then the domestic line continues on and crosses back under the bay and feeds South Eureka and Humboldt Community Service District outside the city.
John, just out of curiosity, how much of the domestic? I know I know we came across the flats along, out there by Beatrice. I know you guys changed a lot of the water line on the domestic pipeline. How much of that has been changed?
I'm not sure I follow you, Rex.
Well, I think out there by the Bayside cutoff, you guys changed all that. You changed that line out there, and I think that was the domestic pipeline all along the, and I'm just wondering, out of that 13 and a half, 7 miles, I know you have, because I know there was actually wooden sections that got replaced, and that'll give you an idea, but how much of that was changed out there?
Wooden pipelines were the city of Eureka. That wasn't us.
Okay, all right. But back to how much of that line has been changed? Or do you guys plan on changing the domestic pipeline too?
We don't know. There's no current plans to upgrade the domestic pipeline.
Okay.
Okay. And then back to your question about phase one.
Right.
So the issues that the water district faces are pumping the water, the surface water at Essex through the industrial system. That's what we consider phase one, and that's about a $3 million price tag. Okay. So what the funding that we're talking about from Friday is 80% of that $3 million, and then 20% match would be about $600,000. So that's phase one.
Okay.
Phase two is a clarifier at some point in the system. That could be at Essex, and that would clarify all the water that went through the industrial pipeline, or it could be a clarifier at LP site or Simpson site or some other site.
Okay.
And the cost fluctuation in the engineer's estimate from the high of 34 million to 50 million was our superintendent, the initial estimate was for just a clarifier. The superintendent looked at that and said, well, we're going to need storage because these aquaculture operations are going to need reliable water 24/7. So if we have a hiccup in the system, we need water storage. And the current pumping from Essex pumps the water all the way out to LP or Simpson. If we interrupt that line somewhere with a clarifier, you need new pumping to get it from the clarifier out to the pulp mills.
Right.
So it was pumping and storage.
Okay, great. Well, that certainly clarifies some of that for me, not to make a pun. At any rate, again, I really am supportive of trying to figure out how to make this productive property for jobs for the community, the rest of it. I just want to make sure that the ratepayers don't ultimately bear the burden of a very large cost. You know, when I was on the Blue Lake City Council in the 80s and Ultra Power was coming into Blue Lake, the city had to upgrade its water supply pipelines, et cetera, to be able to provide all that water for the steam power generation that was going to occur out there. And that was a very large expense for the community and for the ratepayers. So we put a clause in that said whether or not the new plant was operating or not, they still had to pay their water bill. You know, so there are ways that as we move forward, we can still protect the ratepayers so that they don't ultimately bear the burden of something if the place is shut down or other kinds of things happen. So those are some of the considerations that I want to make sure we're protecting the ratepayers from exorbitant increases in costs. So that's one of the things. Generally, I'm very supportive of this project, but as you know, as public officials, we're required to maintain an unbiased viewpoint up until it actually comes before us as a permit, a conditional use, or the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to us or whatever. And so while I'm very supportive of the project, I do feel that in the support letter I would need to add something like conditionally support the project, because how do we support something that's not actually before us other than a conceptual idea? I understand the needs of the investors to want to be able to feel strongly that the county is supportive of the project, but I do think that we have to maintain that that lack of bias up until the point that it actually is in front of us. And so that's really, you know, it's a small caveat, but that's kind of where I'm at on conditionally supporting the project based on a number of things that I brought up in the July meeting. You know, tsunami preparedness of the building, escape-free plans, which is purported to be part of their planning design, that we don't have these fish escaping into the bay. And I brought up the Cascadia subduction earthquake, and I agree with Supervisor Bohn when I brought that up, that when that happens, we're going to have a lot bigger fish to fry, so to speak. Again, another pun.
Another pun.
But at any rate, you know, we can get over a lot of those things, but if we've dumped a bunch of fish into the bay and also damaged our fisheries in a major way, that can take a long, long time to recover from. So those are some of the concerns that I have in a conditional approval is how do we make sure it's tsunami-proof, earthquake-proof, and escape-free plans, and you know, things like that, so we can protect our future. So with that kind of stuff, I'm conditionally supportive of the project. And agree.
The project or the JPA? Because we're talking about the JPA.
Yeah, well, we're talking about
we're creeping.
Support letter. So I agree with Supervisor Wilson that it'd be nice to separate out the motions, have a motion on the first two items, and then a separate motion on the third item.
Supervisor Fennell.
One question that came up for me is with regard to the ratepayers, is there a distinction between the industrial line and the domestic water line in terms of who pays for it. And I would imagine it's the users of the industrial line that would pay for it.
Yes, that's correct. We have a ordinance 16 which governs
Yeah.
how we charge for the municipal water and the industrial water. And in that ordinance, the charges for the two separate systems are borne by the separate users of the specific system. There is some base facility costs that's shared based on an allocation ratio, but by and large, the industrial customers pay for all of the operation of the industrial system, and the domestic customers pay for the domestic system. And that's why, in fact, when we lost the last pulp mill, we haven't had a revenue stream to maintain that system. And so that's why it's been basically mothballed until this time.
Yeah, and I just, again, will reiterate how important I think the idea of the JPA is. There are certainly always challenges when you go forward with something this promising for the community, but that's when you put all your heads together and address those issues. But I do think that forming a JPA is really, really important.
Supervisor Wilson.
As with the pulp mill some years ago, there was an analysis of the cost of doing something and the cost of doing nothing. And doing nothing can cost you a lot. And I think there's a choice that the water district's looking at with regards to its industrial line, which is basically you're saying that you're about $3 million in need of upgrades in order to keep it, a viable piece of infrastructure. If you choose not to do something, it will continue to degrade exponentially, and there will be a cost to have to remove it, which probably will be not dissimilar in cost of actually keeping it going. So we have a place right now where we have the impetus or the reason why we might actually gain funds to this 80% in order to keep it going, because taking it down will be on the ratepayers, because there will be no one else that will actually be there to help take that down. That's kind of why you would take it down. So I think we have to think about those things, about the cost of not doing something versus the cost of doing something, and we're at a decision point, I think, with regards to that particular piece of infrastructure, and I think it's important that we consider that. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Fully agree. I think all of us would love to see eventually get back to the 2,000, 2,300 jobs that were supported on the peninsula years ago, and it sounds like we're turning the corner and being more climate friendly, environmental friendly, and as these things move along. And so I appreciated the lesson on we can't support things till we actually brought forward to us, but looks like they're in front of us. But I think we have to look at anything, and as far as the USDA, that's a great program, the California Rural Policy that Kim Van is now heading up for the government. And it was kind of funny, she was scheduled to be here I'm looking at Amy, but I think almost 9 months ago, and the government shut down, and she couldn't make that trip, which was pre-Nordic, pre a lot of things. And then when she came up this time, she started talking about, and they've already spent millions in this area with grants, and they have a local office. But I think there's huge advantages for us to use both for our own infrastructure for out there, our own building infrastructure with the county. So I'm glad we're utilizing that, because I kept hearing, please, I have money, utilize it. So I think that works both to our benefit and to the citizens. And I keep hearing the ratepayers, and as we look out for the ratepayers, you got to remember they're all taxpayers too. So we have to look at, we've got to look at even the ones that aren't ratepayers, just so we do this as wisely as possible. It's not on any one person's back, but we spread it out, because many hands can do a whole bunch of work, so it's not a burdensome. So this actually works real well and where we're trying to head, I feel. So with that, I'll open it up to public comment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lynette Mullen, and I am the Community Liaison for Nordic Aqua Farms. So I want to take this opportunity first to thank you as a board for your support of not only Nordic's project, but the idea of supporting infrastructure development and other economic development on the peninsula. I think it's really important and a huge opportunity. I want to thank the staff, county staff, as well as John and John's commission for supporting him and working with the county. It looks like, oh, there's Larry, and Larry as well. Larry for also working with the county and the water district to attack this together as an issue that needs to be addressed. A couple things I do want to mention. I do want to reiterate, and I think you already understand this, that Nordic in a lot of ways was kind of the impetus or the catalyst for this conversation. But certainly what you're talking about doing now is going to benefit much more than Nordic, even much more than the companies we bring out there. It really is going to benefit the community as far as workforce development, economic development, increasing tax base, all of that. So it is a much bigger picture, as Virginia keeps saying, that we need to keep thinking of. The idea of the JPA, I'm glad to hear, at least from what I've heard so far, that you support that idea. Really the only way to tackle something this big is to do it together. And so to move forward in creating a team that can work together, combine resources, combine expertise and knowledge, I think is really the best way to go. So thank you for considering that. A couple things just to consider. Supervisor Madrone, I completely understand that you don't want to give blanket support to this project, but what I would ask you to do is if you do add something to that letter, that you explain what you mean by conditional, because everything you said made sense, that you want to make sure they're going to stay, that the county's not going to be having to deal with the county won't be taking on any negative impacts with support of this project, but I think if you're specific in the responsibilities you want them to take on, then that conditional, that request that it's conditional makes a lot of sense. If you just throw conditional in that letter without explaining it, that could be a big red flag for the investors in Norway. And especially considering a lot of the folks that Mary Ann's going to be talking to this month have never been here. And so what they're going to understand of our community is going to come from that letter. Okay. So the last thing I think that is important, and hopefully the JPA, if that's formed, actually two things. One is we're talking about infrastructure upgrades, not upgrades, but dealing with deferred maintenance and that sort of thing. And I think that's great, and that absolutely needs to be addressed. But there is the bigger issue of the clarifier and how that's going to be funded. Because frankly, we were selling Humboldt County as having all this clean, fresh, wonderful water. It isn't usable, and I don't think they have included, I know they haven't included in their budget. So thank you very much.
Larry Yotker, Executive Director of the Harbor District. I support the exploring the JPA and also sending a letter of support regarding the Nordic Aqua Farms. I think your staff has done a great job, the planning department, economic development, CAO's office, putting us all together. This is bigger than just any one entity. What we're really talking about here is a complete revitalization of the entire Samoa Peninsula. It's not about the Harbor District's property. It's not about the former Security National's Simpson property. It's not about the town of Samoa. It's about the entire town or Samoa Peninsula. Right now, you have infrastructure that was once built with 3 entities on the Samoa Peninsula that controlled basically the entire infrastructure that was out there. The lines cross parcels. Now it's owned by different parties. Each one has different states of disrepair. It's in sad shape out there, and it's going to take a JPA or some other entity to bring this thing together. One example, when I look at this, and just from myself being at the former pulp mill, we bring water down to the town of Samoa. Even though none of the parcels that the lines go through are ours, we supply the water that goes down there. Just another example is the wastewater treatment plant that's proposed for the town of Samoa. There's a requirement that says that they can't hook up any other parcels. No, nobody, except for what's in their property. Even though they're going to bring the line and they're going to connect it to the ocean outfall, there needs to be a coordinated plan on this. It just really is a sad shape. If you were in any city any revitalized area, there would be a coordinated plan of how to attack this. We can do this. It's just going to take an action that we work together. I think all of the entities that are here, we've all been working together and talking about this. It's really about how do we get private investment to spend as much money as we can to kind of attract the type of businesses that we want to see in Humboldt County. The question is, how do we get to yes? That's really is the question. We bring businesses here and they look at us and they say, you have an amazing place. We want to do business here. And then when they dig deep into our infrastructure, then they start to see, the holes in our system. And so if we want to get to yes, and we want to revitalize the whole entire Samoa Peninsula, and not just benefit one property owner or another, then we need to have a coordinated system of infrastructure that goes from Fairhaven to the town of Samoa and supports every property along the way. It's not about the Harbor District. It's not about Security National. It's not about Danco. It's about everybody along there and giving them an equal opportunity to attract development. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Hi, my name is Sherry Wu. I'm president of the board of Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District. And we haven't met yet as a board, so I really can't speak on behalf of the board. So this is just kind of me right now. But I definitely would like us to look into the JPA idea. And we're all kind of very excited about it right now, and everybody's on board, but I kind of also want to just, somebody needs to act as a devil's advocate to make sure that all of our interests, because we're different agencies, we do have different interests, we just want to make sure. And the other thing I wanted to say is that the deal with selling, I guess that there was misunderstanding or whatever about the quality of the surface water, but even our drinking water, which the chairman points out, it comes from the rainy wells. Even that water during the winter has, we have the big turbidity reduction facility up there, so even our drinking water as well needs clarification. So, I'm kind of sorry that people might have felt that it was a surprise that our surface water wasn't, clear enough. The turbidity wasn't low enough. But like we've always pointed out, we've had clarifiers on the peninsula all along anyway. But thank you for looking into it, and thanks staff for doing such hard work over Labor Day weekend too. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. I'm Caroline Griffith. I live in Eureka. I really support the idea of coming up with this JPA to have a larger conversation, but I think that, we've been talking about the big picture a lot. A lot of people said, let's talk about the big picture, and when you're talking about that, it seems like you're only talking about the big picture of development on the peninsula and not the big picture. And I only heard it mentioned once in this conversation is sea level rise, even though later on in your agenda there is going to be a presentation about planning for sea level rise. This is a strip of land that is surrounded on three sides by water. And though I think it is important to think about our economic interests in the community, I also think that we should be careful not to, and I'm sure that any industry that would want to invest in the peninsula will be thinking about their long-term plans out there. And so sea level rise needs to be a huge part of this discussion. I also really appreciated what you had to say, Supervisor Madrone, about the concerns that the community would be on the hook for any sort of upgrades or anything that's left in the future. And I think that as you go forward in making this joint powers agreement, if you do so, to have that language in there and to make sure that people know that this is a huge concern. It's not just about industrial development on our peninsula, it's about livability in our community as a whole, and we all have to live here. So thank you.
Jeff Hunterlock, Operating Engineers, Local 3. I do support the idea of a JPA. I really would like you to consider putting a rush on this because, and when I say a rush, I mean be responsible. And I think the committee, something like that, will we know in the past, so many other companies have came and gone, just like Larry had said regarding they came, the infrastructure wasn't in place. So I'd hate for Humboldt County to end up missing out on an opportunity of a lifetime, but be safe with our environment and the rising sea levels, whatever we have to do, mitigating that to make sure that we're protected, it can be done. And it's going to take all of you coming together and the JPA coming together, all the folks involved coming together, and the community, because the community, you're not going to get it done without the community support. So appreciate your time, and thanks most of you for coming out to the Labor Day picnic. So, Estelle.
Thank you.
Ken Sawatsky, if Lynette does her due diligence to represent what she's supposed to be doing, she will take a copy of this meeting and she will bring that to the board. So I'm going to put my hat on as far as a board member. Well, it's quite obvious that Humboldt Bay has a desire to do something. They're willing to form a JPA, but they're not shovel ready. We'll move on. End of conversation. Quite simply, I strongly applaud you going forward now to try and get it ready, so if 10 years from now somebody comes back or something, we have a project that's shovel-ready for them to get them. Make great effort to do that. Mike, I'm going to have to disagree with you as far as ownership goes. You wouldn't have seen LP or Simpson here if they couldn't own the ground. Any business, again, I'm sitting my hat on the board member here. No, I want to own the ground. If nothing else, I'm going to have the ground to sell off afterwards or do something else with if my business fails. So I want to own that ground. I know there's a communist, socialist thing that we should have all the thing in the public's benefit, but that's not how business works. If I were them, obviously I'd look at taking how much it takes to fix that existing clarifier that they have out there. The Harbor District was going to use it a little while ago to dewater spoils from dredging, so I assume it has some functionability. It has been kept up better than the Arkley's one down at Simpson, I'm assuming. I can always do is assume. That's a study you need to do. So I'm not really overly obviously optimistic about how this would be. I wish I could be more optimistic for these people. I think that I looked at buying all those parcels out there at one time. I think the one was 22 acres, contiguous to the one the Harbor District has. I think it went for $458. I think it was $650 asking price. These are $650,000, probably on the market for $100. I think it's 1.3 or 1.4 million at this time. 22 acres, right beside there. Of course, there weren't any toxics there either. Were there, Rex? They ran that one, and the Schneiders ran all that one, so they know, indicative of what we found here. Great news. We don't have a toxic problem out there that we know about for sure at this time. But ownership is key. Now, I think they were telling they had to get rid of the clarifier for their business plan, but I would redesign that, pick up the 22 acres for 1.3. Also pick up the pulp mill site, just so everybody is aware out there. This is their money pit. This year, I think they had a budget, and it was like $850,000 in the red. I think $650,000 of that was the pulp mill site. Now they're saying we can't dredge, we can't do anything else, but I think the marina was only $25,000 in the red, with $400,000 dredging, which hopefully we're going to see. Thanks to Larry Otker and these people out here getting some dredging done out there. So I'm not optimistic, strongly support you getting the shovel ready for the future. But the information you gave her was, we really have no support, we're going to form a GPA. That won't get it.
Bruce, are you talking? All right. Sure? Sure. I am amazed right now. Well, and I did want a clarification since it was brought up. I'm not talking about fragmenting all the property out there. I'm just saying when the time comes that they're built on, that there's a lease option. It's already fragmented because we're going to have $600 million or $800 million worth of tanks and a fish farm on it. So we're not going to be able to use it for any other site for that. And I was just looking to see if you could always put a right of first refusal if they decide to leave, so the fragmentation doesn't happen and they can jump back in, because the government owns a lot of property, and I just always wonder if all of it is really needed for what we would like to happen. But with that, I do appreciate the Water District, John, and the board and everything else, the JPA is a good idea. Things have got to happen out there. I do like the approach that says when we look at the big picture, and I know that that's the most exciting thing we have happening now, but we have a lot of industrial lands. We have a lot of lands that are available to be built on for other things. So let's not lose focus on the other, 404,300,000 acres we have here in Humboldt County. So, and I think there's opportunities for everybody, but I think right now the peninsula is the best thing happening for us right now, and I look forward to some of this stuff moving forward.
Supervisor Bass.
Supervisor.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's had her hand up for like.
No, I was exercising. I just know. Thank you, Mr. Chair. He's ignoring me. He just said that. I appreciate the conversation today, and and it's been interesting. One of the things I think was, like Caroline brought up, why is it? Why are we thinking just specifically peninsula? It should be bigger, and in many ways I can understand that. But in our conversations that we've been in this whole process, we know that the needs are very different out in the peninsula and not the rest of the county. It's kind of hard. You got very different communities that have different economic development needs. So I think that's why it's important to have the peninsula. And again, it's not about one business. And I think we kind of, while there's a support letter in here, it's not just about the water, even though that is huge in many respects, not just for business, but for safety. Fire suppression system, we know that there are problems out there. It's become very, very public recently, and it needs to change. Broadband, we know that's a problem. We know Connie Stewart's been working really hard on that. Connie has been on these conversations with us regarding the JPA discussion, and she's very supportive and thinks it's a great way to proceed from everything I've heard. Roads, bridges, it's much bigger than just the water, though I know that that is the focus of our conversation today. I understand the desire to want to separate the letter, but I'm not interested in that. I'm going to make a motion of staff recommendation in just a second, but I'll tell you why I'm not interested in pulling it separately. I think any business would realize, well, I certainly wouldn't put the word conditional. I might put conceptually speaking. I think any business that would be getting this letter would not say, well, you promised, and so it's going to happen. I think they know it's a risk they're taking in knowing that we're willing to work with them to move it forward is all I think. And so I think the letter as it's written doesn't necessarily, I don't think it actually at all commits us to having to say yes when, if for some reason in the future all signs say no. So I'm perfectly comfortable with staff recommendation, and with that I move staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a few through the
Been moved and seconded, Supervisor Wilson.
So I still have, I'm with Mr. Madrone on, I have just a few edits to offer that will probably clear this up and still show the support I think you're looking for. In the first paragraph, the County of Humboldt Board of Supervisors pleased to support the proposal for the project instead of just the project, the proposal, because we don't really have a project yet. So if that would be one. Second edit I would recommend is in the second paragraph, first sentence, adding "and business interests" after public agencies. So it's basically saying is committed to exploring options to improve infrastructure in Smoke Peninsula with other invested public agencies and business interests, so that we're expanding who we're talking to about this in terms of partnerships. And thirdly, I would ask that in there, and I don't have a spot, but basically I think what Supervisor Madrone is asking for, which I think would make sense, is referencing a public and environmental review process. That's the contingency, is that it's on a successful environmental and public review process. I think does that Supervisor Madrone address the need? So adding in there somewhere where it's just basically, contingent on that process, I think that you would probably have those concerns met. and I don't know exactly where they would go, but I would trust the chair to work with staff to figure out where to drop that in there if we can't figure it out in this moment.
I would, but I'm just, for me, looking at this, knowing full well where our county is located in California, I can't believe that it's not going to be fully vetted through everybody through the public process, and just knowing the way we do things, of something of this volume, the Harbor Commission, I don't know. I just think it's going to be, I think it's going to be vetted one way or another. I guess we could throw that in there, but I think it's, or we could just say, remember, we're in California, we're in parentheses, and it's going to be vetted.
Accuse me of stating the obvious, so that's fine.
Yeah, and I have a pretty good grasp of the obvious, but I'm just saying, I think we're dumbing it down by saying that, because they've been in this process for 6 months. And, earlier they talked about, they came here, they liked everything here, and they decided to stay here because they felt promises were made. This was not the first place they looked at. They looked at, and I don't know how many other places they looked at, but all of those were lacking in one way or another, and they settled on our peninsula. So I think to change things, to change it, I think staff came up with a pretty good letter, so. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lynette, I really appreciated your comments in regards to clarifying what conditional might mean. And frankly, I don't see that as a negative at all. I think, as you pointed out, it's really just stating the obvious, as others have said, that we can't approve a project here. It's not in front of us. We can approve a proposal, a concept. We can conditionally approve things with certain considerations. And that's what I want to do. I'd like to see us have a unanimous vote up here for this project, because when Nordic goes back to its investors, I would think those minor changes to the wording in the support letter are not going to dissuade any investors, whereas lack of a unanimous vote absolutely would. It's going to pass either way, but I'd love to see it be unanimous. And so with those simple changes that were suggested by Supervisor Wilson, I could support this motion.
Since I'm the maker of the motion, can I weigh on it? Just thought I'd ask first.
Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to look at staff a bit for this. I just hold on first. For me, the proposal for the project sounds like that doesn't make a whole lot of difference. In just writing things down, I'm trying to think of what I feel comfortable with. And the County of Humboldt Supervisors is pleased to offer our support of the proposed project, and we are looking forward to a robust community public conversation. I mean, if you want to put something in about that, that's about the only way. I don't want to go into specifics about what we expect that to look like.
Can I?
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, on that part, I mean, you could
like
say
badminton.
a robust public and environmental review process is fine. You can add it right in there, just right where he said that. Perfect.
I'm not sure why it has to be so specific. Okay, I'm going to ask staff, if you think the changes are something like that are big red flags, or if you think you can make the language work somewhere between the two. Because I don't know how specific we have to get, because we know it's going to go through a robust public, environmental, and review process. There's no way to escape that.
And before we go any deeper into the shells and the maze and everything else, have you shown the letter, since we're worried about the investors liking the letter, have you shown the letter as proposed to Nordic Track, and did they, Nordic Aqua, Nordic whatever.
They're coming too.
And any of the potential businesses, do they like it the way it is?
We discussed the letter with the Nordic team. However, we tried to remain diligent in not allowing them to direct the content of the letter, so that the letter truly came from staff and from the.
And following up what Supervisor Bass said, do you feel this content, with your discussions with Nordic, without exposing too much, is acceptable the way it is?
They know, Nordic knows that whether or not we correct these infrastructure problems, that it's still going to be subject to CEQA and environmental review and the public process. We've been engaged in multiple discussions with Nordic and John Ford with Planning and Building, who's given this project his personal attention. Really what they're doing is they're asking their board of investors to roll the dice as to whether or not they think we'll actually work together to accomplish this. I would recommend or advise against words like contingent or conditional, only because I think that may scare investors. However, I think that we could certainly add language regarding a successful or public review process. I think that we could do that. And Amy, also, I think you looked over and maybe you had some suggestions.
I would concur with your Director of Economic Development that adding words like the proposed project and, successful completion of a public and environmental process are okay things to add to the letter.
I would add that, well, we have concerns about what Nordic might think about this. We also have to understand that we have constituents that also have concerns about this, and I want to make sure that those voices are heard in what our message is as well.
And through the chair, I think what the language that CAO Nielsen recommended mentions the right review process. I think, to me, I'm comfortable with that. I was not comfortable leaving in the word conceptually, so if you're all, I'm still looking, I agree it'd be nice to get a support on this, but I just think this isn't the point where we start putting conditions on things saying you must do X, Y, and Z, so I think something that's a little more general, as suggested, I'm fine with. So if the language that I just heard, if you'd like to read back what you want to give to general.
If I may, so that
Supervisor Fennell, let me.
I really want to keep this simple. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole of a word here and a word there. There's a couple of simple suggestions I would just say. Proposed project is a good insertion there. And I really literally would put one other word in there, and that is we would like to express our support. And that's it. I mean, the bottom line is, if you look at any contract that anybody does, whether it's for CalFresh or anything else, it's going to be feet of language that stress all of our requirements and everything that has to happen, including environmental review and all of that. So honestly, I think this is just a support letter. Don't want to make it too complicated. And honestly, I would hope that the full board approves the concept of making this work.
So keep it simple, supervisors? But I think what we're doing, and I understand your concerns and everything else, but I don't think it's possible for us to take a project of this magnitude out on the peninsula between the ocean and the bay worth $800 million and kind of squeeze it by without the public and all our peeps having a chance to comment on it and having full public review with all the multitudes of agencies. And I know it's the obvious, and if we have to state the obvious, but I think we're downplaying. I think we're there, but if it's the threat, if I'm not going to vote for it unless I get my words in there, I agree it needs to be 5-0. But I just think it gets everything that needs to be said across. And I think without any of us going, okay, build it tomorrow, I think what's presented to us so far, because we don't have CEQA, we don't have the environmental review, we don't have any of that stuff. So there might be something come up in that's the red herring. But as of sitting on us right now with all the tax dollars that are involved, all the jobs, cleaning up that site over there, it's hard not to say it's not supported by the community. And I still think they have some work to do with the fisher. Nobody's mentioned that the Fishermen's Association, I don't know, still isn't on board, I don't believe. And And you have to remember, that's the basis of Humboldt Bay was our fishing and logging. So, I mean, our fishing fleet, and I think they will come on board, but I think we still have to answer their concerns as we're talking about answers people's concerns. But that's all going to come forward. But this almost looks like a no-brainer that we're trying to make it more difficult, so.
All right, so going back to the maker of the motion through the chair, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the language suggested by our CAO. I believe our CAO and our Director of Economic Development can fashion a letter that captures much of the conversation without necessarily going down the rabbit hole and being so specific. So I don't know if that needs to be captured anywhere in the motion, because I think it still would fall under staff recommendation. I'm asking our CAO, do I need to change my motion?
I think you might just want to say
language
proposed modifications as discussed to the letter of support.
Okay, then I would make that adjustment, and I understand that it looks like that's also captured by Ryan. Thank you.
Is that okay with the seconder?
Yes.
I also have something I want to, with number 2, the direct to explore the creation of joint powers authority. I would like to add, or other options to work with public agencies, so we're not limited to a joint powers authority in that discussion.
Can you?
I think that's actually understood. I've been involved in the conversations a bit. Maybe that's why I feel less concerned that you think that that's the only thing we're going to look at, because I think that is what is seen to be the most reasonable option at this time. And so I'm actually fine with that. And if it doesn't work, then I would suspect staff would come back to us and say, you know, this is not exactly, it will come back to us either way, correct, staff?
Yes, this item will come back to you. And this is a discussion that is really up to the parties and the partners who will be part of that collaboration, that collaborative effort. So our staff would get together, meet with staff from the Harbor District, Water District, and we would explore the JPA and the CSD, other options that would be.
And right, and so it would come with the recommendation of whether the whether the JPA is the right way to go, and you'd give alternatives. I'm perfectly fine with the motion as it is.
That's fine, and with that understanding that it's a little bit broader than what's written right here. I'd also ask that in that same conversation that Fields Landing is also discussed in that, because it also has not dissimilar issues and opportunities with relationship to very similar both agencies and business opportunities. And I still would like to understand that really our infrastructure response to sea level rise, as you know, we're going to talk about it here later, but I mean, understand that, you know, if we have whatever we're doing with regards to sea level rise, and there are communities up and down the West Coast starting to talk about JPAs and CSDs that are basically hazard based or resilience based CSDs or JPAs, that this is all the same group of people that would be interested in the same infrastructures. So I'd like to make sure that you guys broaden your conversation a bit. With that, I'm okay with the motion.
That all needs to be in the letter?
No, this has nothing to do with the letter.
Okay.
This has to do with number 2 on the list here, not number 3.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. You guys have your welcome papers? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you. Ryan? Okay, on that, we'll address items pulled from consent, C17. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled this just simply because it seemed like a very significant action that we're taking. and I just wanted to have a discussion in the community about that. I certainly understand the need for mutual aid, and I'm a huge proponent of all that. So really, not that I'm in opposition, but just wanted to understand better what is proposed here. And you know, riots at a prison are a very different level of action. I doubt that we're trained for those kinds of things, but maybe you can help clarify, you know, why would we get into this and how we would be able to respond and that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, so we are entering into a mutual aid agreement with Pelican Bay State Prison for a couple different reasons. One is that our SWAT teams train together. When we look at our tactical teams, there's really only two on the North Coast, our Humboldt County team and the Pelican Bay team. Their closest mutual aid is Lassen or the Bay Area. And so they need to have a plan in place just in case they have that hostage rescue, something that is a prolonged event that they need immediate mutual aid. So we
just real quickly, Del Norte County Sheriff doesn't have mutual aid agreement with the prison?
Del Norte County has limited resources, so they do not have necessarily a SWAT team that is as together as ours. They do have a tactical team. They don't have 20 members that are trained to the Attorney General standards. And so we have trained together. We have utilized Pelican Bay in the past. And we've never gone up to, you know, do a hostage rescue. But one other thing that we do together is our crisis negotiating teams work together. So we have worked together once a month. Their team comes down, our team goes up. And so we are there to help each other out. And so it's something that, you know, we hope that we never have to use this mutual aid agreement, but it needs to be in place for us to be able to deploy in each other's areas and to have those kind of rules of governance kind of worked out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like Del Norte receives the bulk of the benefit from the jobs from the prison, for instance, and other things. I'm sure there's pros and cons to having a prison in your community, but they do receive a substantial benefit via jobs and other resources. Perhaps there could be an agreement between us and Del Norte, between the two sheriff's departments, between the two counties, whereby they don't have the resources to staff it all up. We do, but when we jump to provide that aid, if it is in fact in Del Norte County, perhaps there can be an agreement of reimbursement directly from that, because in reading the agreement, none of the parties involved in mutual aid get reimbursed by each other. That's the basic principle of that, and I understand that and support that. But in this case, it seems to me that they should have a primary responsibility to have this in place in their own county if they're going to have this facility and the rest of it. And if not, and we're willing to provide that, maybe there can be a cost-sharing agreement or some sort of a reimbursement program to protect the taxpayers of Humboldt County for reaching outside of their county boundaries and providing these services. Because I'm assuming you would respond in Del Norte as well as Humboldt if you are asked.
Absolutely. So we respond to Trinity County, Del Norte County, Mendocino County. If there is a request for mutual aid among the sheriffs or other police entities, we will respond. We have an auto aid process. Now, if there's a declared disaster and in those areas, there are state OES reimbursements through that means. But normally, you know, we do go out, we do assist. We have assisted with homicide cases, with bomb cases. So we have the only bomb squad on the North Coast. And when there's a significant device, we're sending our team to Trinity County, to Del Norte, to Mendocino County.
With the Bearcat?
No, not with the Bearcat, but with other resources and with our robots and our highly trained staff. Right. So it's just something that we do.
Okay.
Sheriff, just an example would be the 17-hour standoff in McKinleyville. We had Mendocino here. I don't know if Trinity was able to make it because they're so shorthanded, but I know we did have Pelican Bay here that showed up and without the reimbursement. So there's more of an opportunity for us to use them than us, you know, and it allows us to have that good, I guess it's just a law enforcement good neighbor policy
It is, and then when you think about some of these prolonged standoffs, I mean, they do, there's operational periods that our guys are fresh. 12 hours after that, then we want to switch out the teams. And since the teams are training together, we want to make sure we utilize the same tactics and we're talking the same language. And so we are reaching out to Mendocino County, we are reaching out to Pelican Bay, and, for those. It's better to be prepared, again, and work together than to come into a situation where you need it and you don't have it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yeah, and I note also in the memorandum, it references disasters. And I know that that's something that people don't think about, but people are thinking about it right now in Florida with the hurricane and that when you're dealing with high security prisons and what happens if you have a loss of power and all of that. So that's really important part of it as well.
Yes, and then it's also good to point out, Supervisor Madrone, that I send the resources that I deem necessary. So if there's a disaster, if there's something here, if I have limited resources on a day where I have my own tactical concerns, I'm not going to send my team up. Or I can always say no. We're not designed to do that. If there's a prison riot and they're asking for help, if I have limited information, I'm not going to send my team up there. If there's specifics there, if they know there's an organized effort, we're gonna get that information and deploy the appropriate resources.
That's why it says as available. I like
as available, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've all been very thankful for when we've had those situations that I refuse to mention his name, but the murder suspect from over in Shasta that came to Petroleum Honeydew. We had more mutual aid there and federal aid and everything else, which was more than helpful. And I think those are all ugly stories, but I think as Supervisor Fennell would nod her head rapidly, the recent loss of when the 2 kids were lost and how many people came down, the mutual aid and everything else with both Mendocino, Sonoma. I mean, I don't know how far it went, but I mean, there were so many people involved when it came out with a great. So I think these things are great, and the benefit to our citizens is untold.
Absolutely. I completely agree.
And if we never use them, they're even better.
Yes.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept staff recommendations.
Second.
Public comment?
Well, it's so important, to acknowledge Billy and our sheriff and their skill set that we've developed and you've funded and continue to fund through Measure Z and O. Supported that all along. Steve, not being either the president or the vice president of the Taxpayers League, I can't represent them, but I'd like to reach out to you for your concern for the taxpayers in our money having here. Maybe you'd like to join someday. You'd be welcome. It's definitely in the public interest to have these MOUs. There's no reason for duplicity. I mean, I would have no problem with the MOU says anytime somebody else is needed, they get reimbursed somehow if able to do so. That would make sense, and hopefully that could happen. But this kind of thing has to happen. It's the cost saving is gigantic, and especially for our training that we have skills. Even if the Bearcat doesn't go in on a bomb squad thing, I don't think we want to blow it up. That's probably not what it's for. But, we may have a problem with our jail. And, of course, a lot of these circumstances, it's infilling. In other words, we could be helping them just with their patrolling around Pelican Bay or something like that, or what's going on outside the thing, not in jeopardy, not in harm's way, but to infill and use our expertise to put their experts able to concentrate on their problem. So strongly support this, and a great one moving forward. Thank you.
Anybody else? See no one? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? None? Thank you very much. Thanks, Sheriff. Now we move on to the CAO's office and the presentation of the headwater. I'd like to have public comment on non-agenda items first. Excuse me. Seeing no one? Seeing someone?
Kent Sawatsky, We had a thing here, and again, this is some of my problems with what happens in Humboldt County here. You had your Humboldt County budget for fiscal year 2018-19. It said strong foundation, has a picture of a bridge. That foundation needs to be replaced. Shouldn't have been the picture. We're going to have to make some changes here as far as some of our administrative changes, as far as I feel the top person that's representing us here. The Human Rights Commission has a thing, I think, on the agenda today maybe or Thursday, I'm not sure, on bullying. I highly recommend your CEO attend that particular one. When I come forward here and I bring forward an angst with somebody, it's amazing how many people bring me things that wouldn't normally have before. But I've known all along, some people perceive that it's more important by Amy to protect pay raises and PERS than some of the public's interest. And I saw this with Measure S, in my opinion. You know, that's been a disaster as far as I'm concerned. It happened just coincidentally parallel the large 10% pay raise we got when you got your one big check. But what happens if what people feel the trend is and that goes away? Are you going to roll those back? Because that was the only money coming in that was based upon that. When you have decisions made on this kind of basis, I think we have problems. Of course, one of the things that was brought to my attention before was a lady of color was working as an ADA compliance in the department, and she resigned. And I always have questions, why would that person resign? So I have people that have been bringing me things for reasons there. And those kind of terminations, if someone's bullied out of an office or not allowed to do their job for whatever reason. We do have hiring problems. I know I strongly, someone like Maggie Fleming, our DA, she has hands-on. When she brings someone on board, as far as her staff goes, she participates in the process. Anybody with their upper level management as a department head should not just trust what's going on, but needs to have that contact with their staff. So we're not having Chris Shaver being gone, other people in this department gone. I think we have a problem here, Houston. And so I'm going to recommend that sometime we make some changes there. It's a political position, and pretty soon may be the time. So that's my recommendation at this time, at least to consider that. Thank you for my opportunity to speak today.
Seeing no one else, I'll close that portion of it. And now I will turn to the Headwaters Fund and to our CAO.
Before your board today is the annual Headwaters Fund report, and with that, I will turn it over to Kenny Spain, our Economic Development Coordinator, to review the annual report with you.
Yes, good morning. I am Kenny Spain, the Executive Director of the Headwaters Fund. Chairman Bohn, members of the board, we will be presenting this as a team. Chuck Ellsworth is our past chair, and Chuck will give you the report, and then I'll be here to support Chuck, and along with my associate, Ryan Heights, and I don't know how many of you have met Ryan yet, but Ryan's doing a great job for us over at Economic Development and is intricately involved in learning how the funds move around in the Headwaters Fund. So he's getting indoctrinated as we speak. So the goal of today's presentation is to provide an overview of the structure of the fund and current activities and outcomes and the financial status.
Do we need to wait for that, Kenny? And with all presentations, if at any time you could bring those to us before, it really helps quite a bit if everything's up there and loaded.
I apologize for
and it creates,
I was off on Friday
just
and I forgot to do that.
FYI.
So
Don't forget next time.
you bet.
All right, thanks.
With that, I think we'll just give it a second and we will, you have the report in front of you, so the PowerPoint is coming up. There we go. Thank you.
Who changes the slides here?
Team effort or?
Yep.
Well, this is pretty, past news, old news, kind of. I mean, we all know that we started out with $22 million, and we had a $3.6 million set aside with initial $18.4 million to the fund. And over the period of time, the fund has ebbed and flowed, and I'm basically really happy to tell you all that we've brought the fund over the last few years in all those really rough financial times to $17.2 million. And going forward, it looks like we're going to be able to bring the fund back to its corpus level and beyond. So I'm really pleased to have been part of the group of folks that did this. And I'll get to those folks a little later, but right off the top here, we've got $11.8 million in grants. I'm just reading you what you're already seeing. I hate PowerPoints because I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, basically. The loan fund that's where we make most of our money, as you know. So we've been servicing 114 business and agencies, and we've managed to create or retain 763 jobs. Our loan fund has lost about 2.7%, which is industry standard. That's actually extremely low. And if you want to get into the weeds a little bit on that, Kenny knows a lot more about that than I do. I'm a graphic designer, not a CPA, so you want to...
Sure. We, out of 12.6 million, as you can see in the revolving funds, that's the 348,000 losses is 5 different loans, and we did have one other loan that was prior. You had seen a different number because it had been included, and that was a fee that we're getting back from one of the loans, but it wasn't actually part of the principles. One of the things that Ryan and I have been doing is going through the historical records of the loan fund and making certain that everything we have is accurate and historically. So that's where we're at today. Like Chuck said, 2.7 million or 2.7%. I mean, in losses off of the original principal is really good. I operated funds in Washington that our targets were to stay under 20%, because we're taking high risk. So I think that REDAC and ADC have done a great job of getting the money out there, making it work, but being prudent in their lending. So, Chuck?
This gives you kind of a overview of past history. Any questions?
You're doing good.
All right, moving right along here. We got another chart. The revolving loan fund. This is that little chart on the left shows you a little bit about where we've been and what we do. It's tough to decipher that chart. The one on the right is a little better.
I'll jump in just a little there. And as you can see, the ups and downs of REDAC and ADC's lending, but I think what's really important are those two arcs. Kind of look like a fish when they're combined. Back to our old presentation, right? But the arcs are kind of round out those, or not round out, but smooth out the ups and downs of the lending. And you can see that the average after the money got out in the first few years, that those have been a little more consistent. Again, that's REDAC and ADC finding their market, their niche in the marketplace.
This one particular loan that we did, I was working in the Midwest when this came before our board, and so I was not able to vote for it, and I would have. This, because it's a loan, we don't lose any money, of course. We make a little dough on this, and this provides water tender service for the Department of Forestry. So we were all really happy to get behind this operation. And the gentleman who runs this operation is a former vet, so I'm totally in support of all of that, and that any of our vets can do, and we can give them a hand as long as it works. This little project here, the Los Angeles Eureka deal, big shout out to Greg Foster on this. We all know that he's worked his tail off, and we see it probably a little more than you all do because we're in and out of the office and we see him all the time at our meetings, and we've watched this thing progress over time, and he's really done due diligence and a hell of a good job. So I want you all to absolutely get that.
And Chuck, can I mention, I did get an email earlier today because Greg did want everyone to know that REDAC is returning nearly $117,000 back to the
Right.
Headwaters, and that this is because this was a year. It's always funny you get things a year later, but you're absolutely right, and I think people thought the money was just going to be gone. And
the beauty of this is that this is the kind of thing that helps the Headwaters Fund regain ground and get to that $17 million number and to progress forward with that. So I can't tell you how much that means to me, because when I came on board, things were tough. There was a grand jury investigation. Everybody's really grumpy, and it's a much better.
And you're such a ray of sunshine. Well,
Glad you're on there, Chuck.
I'd like Virginia to mention too, or thank, at least since you were so involved with it, all the private citizens and other agencies that stepped up, because that was not just a $250,000 backup. It was a lot more than that, and we had a lot of private businesses that stepped up over and above what they already do in our community.
yeah, and you're absolutely right, and it's important to keep that in the future to be accessible.
The report for 1819, and then the amount that you're talking about will come in actually 1920, but in 1819 we'll also see the results of this is what we refer to as the minimum revenue guarantee, and it's all based on number of seats that are filled. When the project first started out, we had the smaller plane and went to a larger plane, and still were able to meet all of the requirements for the minimum revenue guarantee. So to get 117 back out of the initial 126,250 is awesome. And then we have the second half of that 123,750 we've provided to REDAC, and that'll be in the 1819 report, but that's for the Denver recruitment. So things are, they're doing, like Chuck said, they're doing a great job over there.
The next little project we did here, this was a grant that we put together for the zoo and their canopy walk. This is basically to help them fund the study and feasibility of this project, and it looks like it's working out and they're moving forward with it. So that is going to create jobs. That's not just retention, that is creation of jobs. The process of building it and the process of maintaining it and operating it is going to be jobs here that is going to be additional to what's there now. Are we half done yet? God, I'm taking up too much time here. Mini grants, God. I can't tell you how much good mini grants. These are tiny little grants of anything between $500 and $1,500. $5,000 is a max number that we do as a mini grant, but those rarely happen because they have to come to the whole board for approval. We all get together and talk about at our meetings as to what can be funded with, say, a $1,500 number and below, and there's a lot of those. And those grants actually are seed money for a lot of small businesses that start out, and conceptual stuff that may not be a job and it may not be a company, but it funds a seed idea so that they can move forward.
It'll be nonprofits and governments that are
right.
The recipients, but like Chuck says, they're helping to either do studies or to, as with the one showing there with the Rio Dale Chambers sculpture installation, you're adding to the tourist draw. So,
right.
And we try to make sure that we spread that out around the county too as much as possible.
And with that, I appreciate the tourism marketing workshop. I don't know if anybody noticed, but we just had a 3-page spread this last weekend in the New York Times on the Lost Coast. which comes down and it covers, and I don't know if you've seen it yet, Estelle, but it comes up the Lost Coast, and those are great reach outs, so big stuff.
One little thing I want to mention too about the mini grants is that even though these are funding small 501c3s and government created entities, a lot of the people that are in these programs or that get funded go on later, move out of that, and it allows them to have an experience in management that is just invaluable. They wouldn't get that without that kind of funding. Enough said. Moving on. This is a pretty interesting page here. This is to show you a little bit about where we've gone in monies that have basically grown and has affected final outcomes. So this is the decade of difference. We've seen a lot of positive impact to the school system and to the kids in the community with this program. I have to say it was a burden on the fund over the years that we were administering this project, and we managed to do it. And at the end of this little talk, I'm going to call out the names of some of the people that really were impactful in keeping this project on track and squared away.
Just to add that the 17-18 report reflects the 8th year of the 10-year commitment for Decade of Difference. So we're actually in our final year right now.
That's correct.
Yeah. You can see the college scholarships that have come out of that. So.
This gives you kind of a spreadsheet of what we're about. Actually, this part of the presentation I am not nearly as familiar with as Kenny is, and I would appreciate it if you would, take the reins on this one.
Absolutely. I think what we're just trying to show here is that the increase on the note on the left there especially is that increase of fund balance. So as Chuck had mentioned earlier, the fund took a lot of hits back during the recession. Activity was low. The amount of money that was in the pool that the treasurer manages, any of our funds that are not being lent out, and the grant monies that are sitting in, plus an endowment of $7 million, all of that sits in the treasurer or is managed by the treasurer. So the CDs are managed by the $7 million CDs. At the very top there, you see $7,148,000. That $148,000 is interest that was earned on the CDs. And we don't touch that $7 million at all. We transfer the 148 over and use it for granting. We also transfer the money that we've earned on the revolving loan funds over and put it into granting or administration. And then we also have like we've just talked about, sometimes grant money comes back. So, but overall for the year, we were able to increase to do the grants of 75,000 plus the competitive grants, plus the 20,000 or almost 20,000 for mini grants, plus the 150,000 for the Decade of Difference, and still add 264,000 to the fund. So with that, I just want to say thank you for your support in all of this. Chuck just has one more comment that he'd like to add.
Yeah, I'm really pleased to have been on the board, and there's some folks that have termed out that I really want to give a special heads up and thank you to, that really helped navigate us through some tough financial times. And it's Cedar Rubin, Buzz Webb, Zach Zwerdling. These folks, they were pivotal during this period of time when we were navigating through some incredible chop. So the other fellow that I want, and he hasn't termed out, but who is also in my opinion, is a brilliant strategist on this, is Greg Seiler. And so my sincere thanks to all of those folks. I sure appreciate all their help. Thank you all.
And I think it should be noted that they're highly compensated for this job, right?
That's right. And we're worth every penny.
Yeah. Well, we're going to double it next year.
Thank you.
Is there any questions back from the board? Everybody good? Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The losses, those were from a number of different loans that failed ultimately, and the businesses closed shop, went
Correct,
away.
and there was no recovery. Well, some of them had some recovery during liquidation, but as you know, when most liquidations occur, there are costs of liquidating the assets. But that's a total of 18 years worth of activity.
That's everything.
17 years worth of activity, so
Yeah.
just amazing.
Yeah, and the total Headwaters Fund, when it went down significantly, was not so much due to losses as it was large grants that were given out.
Well, and some accounting practices that didn't get caught until there was some review that required making some years without grants at all, other than the decade of difference. So it took some management, like Chuck was saying. Board got a hold of it and straightened it out. Just one of the things I guess I would point out real quick is that right now, the way we do things is we earn the money in the year previous and then budget that for the year ahead. So we're not trying to earn what we've budgeted. We've already earned that money, and then administrative and grants that we plan to do. So, we'll have a really good report for you, and it'll be on time in January. But for 18-19, you'll see that things have improved again, and will continue to improve it. We're managing it real well right now.
So Kenny, you'll have that $260,000 to work in the coming year.
That's
right?
already,
Yeah.
yes, we've already put that, that's in addition to what we're going to be spending.
Exactly. Supervisor Fennell?
Excuse me, I wasn't.
So
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Madrone has more.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you, Kenny, and staff for their work, and in particular the board, all volunteer board, providing their expertise and oversight to make sure that this fund goes to important uses for our community. So thank you for your service, and all the rest of the board.
Thank you very much. I'll pass that along.
That it?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. I just want to say a very big thank you. I appreciate you naming people, but also just when I was on the subcommittee, I know what a tough time it was to wrangle this thing back in place, and I just am so appreciative of how you've managed it. And I think that the one caution I would have is that when we were talking about that, and I remember talking with you about this, Chuck, the idea was that everybody was very free with the money when they thought, oh, we can just give this money out, and they weren't looking at the bottom line. And I think at this point you've made it much more solid, and that therefore much more reliable. But also I'd like to say about those people who were regarded as high risk. They're really not high risk. They're just high risk in the technical sense of the word, but they're actually community members or an entrepreneurial spirit that we can help. And it shows that there's such a good rate of return on those investments, and appreciate the work that you put into finding the ones who really will work with that help. And it's amazing. So thank you very, very much.
Supervisor.
Yes, Chuck.
I have one thing I wanted to mention on that. When we see that 2.7% loan loss, I want to flip that around a little bit and remind you that is a 98.3 loan recovery or loan performance.
Unbelievable.
Which exceeds industry standards by quite a bit. So, and then the other thing is I as a past spokesman and been involved with the decade of difference, I think when you look at those numbers of third grade proficiency in both English and math, the graduation rates being up 11%, over $1 million in scholarships that they've managed to get kids into school, and that promised all those kids for 10 years that they're going to go to college if you hit these requirements. And I think those things are, I mean, that's where it starts. That's where it starts. High school graduate makes $14,000 a year more with a diploma. That wasn't such a big deal 20 years ago when everybody had jobs out on the Samoa Peninsula, and the day you graduated after your senior party, you started the next day out at a mill like your dad did. Those aren't available, so we have to go out there and hunt those jobs, and just like we did earlier, create those jobs so they have a light at the end of the tunnel. So I know the decade of difference was a tough decision at 3-4 years ago, it was a huge decision. I remember being a big supporter as serving with Estelle, and I appreciate you guys for, at the time, biting the bullet and realizing the importance to our youth. With that, I'll open it up to public comment.
I think Virginia was a big supporter too, the way I remember it. Everybody here was supporting it. It was great.
I didn't want to speak for her.
I know you can't. Matthew speaks for Virginia. Anyway, I really would like to get back on point here and thank Chuck. His name wasn't brought up, but he's phenomenal to work with, and he's been chair, and a lot of what's happening there, he won't, I'm sure, put his name in the hat for things. And Kenny, I mean, the staff we have there and the people we have and other members out here, it's way better than it was in the past. I'm also happy to see that in the future, all applications, people who send it in will get an interview to be on here. That makes me happy. I have angst anytime somebody, just because an application looks good, there's only 2 of them that look good, coincidentally, that's the only one for you. So that's a good fix here, and I'm sure everybody wants to see that move that way. The Fly Humboldt thing has worked out, or Fly Virginia, or whatever I call it, has worked out quite well. If we could get our rates down a little lower, we'd have that even up that much higher. There's still, I was $291 a round trip if you can get the right flights. And LAX still, the nonstop ones still frequently end up being more than the ones that stop other places. Those kind of things don't make sense to me, and I'm sure that the powers that be will work on that one, which will help our rates on that one quite a bit. I did want to make mention, I have not applied for a Headwaters loan. I did not apply for $639,000, which my big pet peeve project on Titlow Hill with the light bleeding and looks like a whale on the top of the hill just went out to auction, is no longer going to be used for growing pot in an inappropriate way. So I didn't apply for that loan, and I won't be applying for it. And then we have Project Trellis, which is coming along with the same kind of mindset. Hopefully that will be successful, like you said, to help out the quote-unquote high-risk people who may not be, and make that little bridge. Decade of difference has made a difference, and thank you so much for that. I was strongly against any grants at that time, but again, not being president or vice president, I think I'm executive director of Taxpayers League. That's one I personally can come behind 100%. And those kind of things are always things to look for. If we can build up money in other funds, other ways to create money to enable us to still be able to do those and maybe get that money back from New York City if we ever can structure that. I think we need Redwood Bank or someone locally to pony up and say they'll pay the same rate as they get back there in New York City. We can bring that money back here. So here's a shout out to controlled local banks. If you'd be willing to work with us to bring that money back so they can have that here, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair,
please.
I would like to make a motion that we receive and accept this report. And thank you so much, you guys, for all your work. I really appreciate both the board and staff doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded.
I did want to add one comment, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure, please.
Thank you. Now, I wanted to thank Chuck, too. I think you're very modest in what you're saying. And you've had, I think, a huge impact also on this group. And I do remember, gosh, about that MRG, when you're trying to get that minimum revenue guarantee, that was not an easy sell. I didn't think it was going to happen for a while, and I'm so thankful it did. But that's how I think how forward-thinking the group is and willing to take a chance. And as we can see, most of the time it turns out quite well. So it's a thankless job. And something else that I've realized with it is it's one of the few things we have that people don't try necessarily to politicize who's on the board. Because on that board has a variety of people who don't necessarily see eye to eye on certain issues, I don't think, but they work very well together when it comes to safeguarding the funds and trying to do good for the community. So I think it's a wonderful, wonderful group. And thank you for putting so much effort into it.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. And now let's have public. Well, I guess this is going through the CAO's office. And Maggie.
Thank you, Chair. Before your board today is an item to provide a bid award authorization for construction of the courthouse fifth floor remodel project. And with that, I will turn this over to our Deputy County Administrative Officer, Karen Clower, and our project manager, Travis Smith.
Good morning, Chair Bohn and Supervisors. As Amy or our CAO stated, the item before you today is seeking your board's approval for the staff recommendation for the courthouse fifth floor remodel project. On July 9th of 2019, your board authorized the courthouse fifth floor remodel project to go out to bid. Those bids closed on August 8th of 2019. The county received 3 qualified, responsible, and responsive bids, with the lowest bid being $2,733,721. The engineer's estimate for the courthouse fifth floor remodel project was $1,939,343. That makes the lowest qualified, responsible, and responsive bid with a difference of $794,378. This is partially due to the complexity of the project, which completely renovates the unoccupied spaces on the south side of the courthouse fifth floor. For office spaces, conference room, and an interview room, administrative spaces that will house approximately 14 staff members and provide streamlined, singular location for the services offered by the District Attorney's Child Abuse Services Team, also known as CAST, and Victim Witness. Work will consist of demolishing the exterior and interior, or the existing interior walls, removing and replacing existing mechanical equipment currently housed in the fifth floor mechanical rooms, and replacing new equipment on the roof of the courthouse. A new roof will be placed on the west hip of the fifth floor prior to installation of the new mechanical equipment. This project will remove and replace mechanical equipment that is original to the building and is in dire need of replacement. Much of this equipment has suffered from extreme deterioration, energy inefficiencies, and technologically antiquated. It is plagued with reoccurring mechanical failures. The removal of the mechanical equipment on the south side of the courthouse fifth floor is essential in creating the square footage needed to co-locate CAST and victim witness programs. By removing the mechanical equipment to gain the square footage for this project, it created a need to remove the remaining mechanical equipment also housed on the fifth floor. The existing equipment operates as one single system. Making changes to any singular component would create an airflow balancing issue with the remaining components and thereby creating unpleasant building ventilation conditions.
Karen?
Yes.
That HVAC system, is that just primary to the fifth floor?
No.
Because which ones did we change over here last summer? The air transfers and heating.
So I believe the one that you're referring to is actually the courts, and that's for the second floor.
The new train system that's, okay.
That's the chiller system. It's a,
Okay.
it's a.
Right. Okay,
part of the
great.
system, but
Thank you.
This project also meets your board's strategic framework goals, strategies, and objectives of reducing adverse childhood experiences, improve implementation of trauma-informed care practices, and streamlining services to further reduce trauma to youth by centralizing the district attorney's victim witness and child abuse services team on the fifth floor of the courthouse. The current location of CAST is co-located in the Public Defender Building and has known ADA barriers and was one of the facilities listed in the 2016 consent decree with the Department of Justice. These accessibility barriers will require financial investment to remediate and currently remain due in part to plans to relocate the program to a fully accessible space in the courthouse. Victim Witness is currently located at a leased facility. The program's current location is among the buildings listed in the consent decree. All ADA barriers specified in the consent decree have been remediated at that location. However, additional terms of the consent decree require that the county lease fully accessible locations where program services or activities are provided to the public. In order to avoid renewing a lease for a non-compliant facility and knowing that the program would be moving to the courthouse, county staff on behalf of the program proposed a month-to-month lease option at this location. In closing, again, the staff recommends that you approve the, in closing, staff recommends that your board receive and file the bids for the courthouse 5th floor remodel project, award the project to the lowest responsive bidder, Adams Commercial General Contracting, authorize the purchasing agent to sign the construction agreement with Adams Commercial General Contracting, subject to approval from County Council and Risk Management, and adopt the supplemental budget. And with that, we're glad to answer any questions.
Okay, so Mr. Fennell?
Well, first of all, I know it's been a long time in the works, and it's really, really good that it's moving forward. One of the items in the staff report was the complexity of getting this project on the 5th floor. How are they going to get all that done? It's just shuttle stuff up bit by bit?
Currently, we're working with the sheriff's office to gain access, secured access, on off hours.
Okay.
We're trying to lay out the project so that there is minimal noise disturbance to the courts and to other county facilities. So there will be quite a bit of after hours and weekend work on the project with minimal work during the day.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. That's great. Thank you.
I talked to the contractor this morning and I asked, could we go to a schedule of not being here during the day, because as you've known, 4 times in the last 6 weeks, we've lost the elevators. And as far, most of the materials I know are going to be lifted up there and put on the roof, whatever the roof will support, because you're not going to get 10-foot 2x4s into the, but I think our biggest issue is going to be, and I think I'd be willing to, look at this a little bit more, is seeing if we can work this maybe on the same schedule we have our janitorial, our cleaning, our maintenance people here. Because when that guy forgets something in his pickup or when he needs to go get something, do you know how long it's going to take to go from the 5th floor, catch one elevator, catch another elevator, and come down? We're going to have, and there's going to be parking issues and everything else. So as we're working with the sheriff, I would think we'd maybe secure an elevator down there where they can stage and at least explore, because I think there is a big part of the cost by the contractor in time that they feel will be wasted, because he's done 3 projects at this courthouse already, so they're fully aware. So as a lot of the work will be taking place, and as you know how the judges hate noise, if we could fully vet that, I think that would, I'd feel a lot more comfortable with that. And I know there's a premium of, a certain percentage for nighttime or shift work, but I think it would save an immense amount of time. Supervisor Wilson?
There's a question related just to the budget part of this. So a certain amount's been, I guess, granted to the DA's office to do this, and then part of this is general fund so far. Are we going to be able, is there an opportunity to get some of that, the difference reimbursed from the state at all, or what's the cost share of this?
So the state will reimburse a portion of the mechanical equipment being removed and placed on the top of the courthouse, and it's approximately 33-point-something% of the project. And they've already approved the initial estimates on that.
Well, and then, and then how much of the 2.7 million have they obligated, I guess, to this?
Supervisor Wilson, this is in a county exclusive area, which means the courts have no obligation to do any kind of cost sharing with us. This is a general fund project. This is primarily funded by the general fund, and the reason the state would participate in this mechanical equipment is because it benefits the entire courthouse. And so through our joint occupancy agreement with the courts, that's how we receive reimbursement for that 33-point-something% from the state. But that's because it's a shared project.
So will then the courts be leasing that from us? I mean, is there, or we're just doing that on our own?
No, in the joint occupancy agreement, again, the courts are a tenant in the courthouse, and so there are court exclusive areas, county exclusive areas, and shared areas. And so that 33% is based on the shared space. And so that's how we receive reimbursement from the state, is based on anything that's done in the shared space. So the mechanical equipment that affects circulation throughout the whole courthouse is considered shared space, and that's why we would receive reimbursement, or a shared function of the courthouse.
Okay.
And I don't know if he was trying to, what portion of the bid is HVAC compared to the rest of the, I think that, I mean, it's not 33% of 2.7 million. The HVAC may be, I may have misinterpreted them wrong, but I think, what portion is the air handlers and everything going to be on that?
So currently, we do not have the unit cost matrix from the contractor. We will be requesting that upon award from the contract for their unit cost breakdowns, so that way we can seek reimbursement from the state for those appropriate monies.
But being preemptive, you know the state will support that. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
What was our estimated before this came in?
Estimated was about $720,000 for the mechanical portion.
So by estimate, probably about 990. Supervisor Madrone?
I would move staff recommendations.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is that with them working on maybe doing this at night to as much effort as possible?
I assume staff will be working out those details.
I know, but we assume a lot of things, but we have to talk about them a lot, so.
Yes, it's with that assumption.
All right, thank you.
So we've established staging areas already. We've gotten agreement from the sheriff to utilize their elevator after hours. The fifth floor, not only the basement, the fifth floor will also be able to be utilized as a staging area. So after hours, needed items could be moved up to the fifth floor to be prepared
for the next day.
For the next day, yes.
And further, part of the submittal process, right off the bat, the contractor will be required to work with the county to develop a detailed phasing plan of the project. Okay, so that's something we'll be highly involved in.
Perfect. Sir Fennell?
I just want to say also how significant it is that all of these services will be co-located. I think that's super important for how we serve the community, and appreciate everybody's work on that.
Yeah, we talked about it the other day. Just the short walk from the offices now is really, really nice this time of year. Yeah, January, February, March, not so much. So, and it's a loss of time, and having to turn the attorneys is going to be a lot easier having full access for the DA staff and everybody. So it's been moved. Public comment? Careful what you say.
Waited all morning.
Thank you so much for this agenda item. Maggie Flynn, District Attorney. I wanted to say, first of all, how much Rochelle Davis, Joyce Mosher, the Victim Witness Division, and myself really appreciated Karen and Travis's work on this. I also wanted to thank Kyle Maddie and Devin Carter from Nichols, Melberg, and Rosetto Architects and Engineers. It's really been phenomenal. Both of these offices are going down significantly in square footage. So there was a lot of time and energy spent on how are they going to really work well sharing this space. Some of it's going to be shared, the conference room, that area, but maintaining confidentiality. So the architects came up with really good plans, working everything out, but then took the time as we went over and over it with them to make the alterations. For example, soundproofing the room where the child is interviewed, not just because then we have a better recording for use in court, but because small children, when they're there, are already very stressed, and when they hear loud noises out in the waiting area or a baby brother or sister's making a lot of noise, it can be very disruptive to the interview. The victim witness division, the confidentiality is so important because particularly for those who are there, whether it be sexual assault or domestic violence, are very concerned about they're going to come out and run into somebody who's going to go, hey, I wonder why they're here. And so the architects really listened to our concerns and altered the facilities to address that. We will be ADA compliant, which is obviously very significant, and it will be a safe, secure facility. For far too often, we have had concerns and problems with the lease space that we're in, and so this will really make a huge difference. And then obviously having them in the same building as this office and the courts are will really be helpful and save us a lot in time. And so I really, really appreciate the board moving forward with this. And in addition for the added costs, thank you for covering that.
Well, I think you covered when somebody walks into the courthouse, there's 25 different things they can do or be here for. When they walk in over there, there's only a couple, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
When Maggie's happy, I'm happy. This sounds like one of those win-wins. So, some people have been in here before trying to diminish the skills of our Public Works Department, but putting together these kind of projects for Director Madsen and his staff is great to have someone. It's also great to have a supervisor, won't mention Rex's name, but understands the needs of a contractor. This is what saves us a lot of money, with somebody who has the foresight and ability to understand when and how we can minimize our costs. If I was looking at bidding a job here, I'd put a 30 to 50% kicker on it, up higher, to cover having to deal with the situation. And if you can minimize that through scheduling and things like that, that's where us contractors can give you the most bang for your buck. So thanks, Rex. Sometimes I say nice things about you once in a while, but great project. Glad to see it come to fruition.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Thank you guys very much. Good job. Mr. Ford? Got the whole dream team here.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chair Bohn, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford, Michael Richardson with Planning and Building. Hank Seaman with Public Works. We're here to give you an update of what is going on with the planning and response to sea level rise.
Thank you.
So we want to really address three things today. And one is the policy development work that's being done relative to sea level rise, and also allow Public Works to give an update on what they're doing in responding to sea level rise. And then also to introduce to you a recent discussion by the Coastal Commission, relative to sea level rise. As the board may be aware, the commission recently met in Eureka, and there was a presentation on sea level rise. And that discussion was instructive and may cause the Board of Supervisors for Humboldt County to think differently in terms of how we approach normal planning process. So we're going to start with Hank Seaman, updating you on the Public Works program.
Yeah, my presentation.
Good morning, Chair Bohn, Supervisors. I'll go through three main areas that Public Works is involved in with sea level rise planning and implementation. Just for some quick framework for outlining the two broad response strategies for climate change, we talk about greenhouse gas mitigation, so that's reducing emissions and also enhancing the sinks for those gases. The climate action plan that Building Planning Department is developing is focused in that area of identifying an inventory of county emissions and opportunities for reduction. Some key domains for that response area include energy and transportation. There we go. And then the other broad category of response is adaptation, and adapting to the changing climate, reducing vulnerability to harmful effects, and the broad goal for adaptation is resilience, to be able to receive disruption, recover, and to adapt and grow and be better prepared for the next occurrences. And so today we'll be talking about sea level rise, but there's other domains talking about wildfire and water supply and other areas. This graph just shows what we're talking about. This shows from the late 1970s, the average monthly sea level at the North Spit on the Samoa Peninsula. And there's a upward trend of almost 5 millimeters per year on average. And so that translates to an equivalent of 1.6 feet over 100 years. And this encompasses both regional sea level rise and vertical land motion. And we have the double whammy where we have subsidence in the Humboldt Bay area. So that gives us one of the highest relative sea level rise rates on the West Coast. And there's reason to believe that this trend will accelerate over the next decades due to climate processes that have already initiated. And then this goes back to the New Year's storm of 2005. This is shortly before the Eureka-Arcata corridor was closed. High king tide, storm surge, wind waves. You can see waves going over the railroad and reaching the highway. So this shows what our current flood hazards are from the bay. And then this is the aftermath in terms of damage to the railroad. The railroad is really critical coastal protection infrastructure. It wasn't designed for that purpose, but it has become that. It has taken on that function because of its placement in the landscape. And so we're really, in terms of dealing with our main transportation corridor between Eureka and Arcata, we're living on borrowed time in terms of the need for investment and upgrades to this infrastructure. And so that led to a large planning effort that Public Works is leading. We're about halfway through. We applied for and received an adaptation planning grant from Caltrans, and we're looking at the Eureka Slough hydrographic area. So that encompasses Fay Slough and Ryan Slough, freshwater slough. This is about 5 square miles, and this area was selected because of the concentration of infrastructure. So we have Murrayfield Airport, Highway 101, the railroad, the future Bay Trail, PG&E and water assets, a lot of agricultural land use in residential areas. And so, sea level rise planning has been going on around Humboldt Bay for almost 10 years. And a lot of that analysis has been, broad and bay-wide. And so now we're making incremental progress to zoom in and focus on a smaller area where we can advance our understanding of the issues and our plan for responding to it. And so this project is an intent to bridge from studies and plans to implementation measures, and also to focus on some outstanding key questions. And so we've embodied those questions in 3 areas, focusing on a technical understanding of risk. We're trying to identify feasible and effective designs for adaptation measures on the landscape. And then how do we collaborate? Because these vulnerabilities cross jurisdictional boundaries. So this project is ongoing, and we'll be wrapping up in the middle of 2020. So we can talk a lot more about this project in the future. These are just a series of maps that shows the project area. This shows the coastal zone boundary. This is a partnership with City of Eureka. A lot of this area is within city limits. We're working closely with HCOG, Cal Fish and Wildlife, other public agency partners. Again, this shows the concentration of infrastructure. And this shows what the legacy of the landscape is, that a lot of this area is reclaimed former tidelands around the bay. And so that's the legacy of that is the ground elevations and the drainage patterns that we have. And so this map shows the ground elevations, and one of the focuses of our project is to really understand the differences in the risk and the hazard exposure for being along the open bay versus within the slough channel. We've really got a mix of things going on, and one of the key findings already is that the fluvial flooding from Freshwater Creek is potentially significant and needs to be accounted for, as well as the tidal flooding from the bay. And so that junction becomes a really important meeting place. And so we're working on understanding those risks better. This shows a map. Basically, it shows where the water elevation for the current standard flood around Humboldt Bay would be in the absence of any landscape features. And this is a good starting point for thinking about risk, but it oversimplifies. On the one hand, it doesn't account for wind waves, which can add 1 or 2 feet. On the other hand, it doesn't account for those landscape features. And so we're working on getting a more refined understanding of risk exposure. This shows distinction between open bay and inland areas, and we'll continue to refine that and getting a better understanding of risk, looking at total water level, looking at the geomorphic landscape and the physical processes that are involved with those hazards. And finally, this is just the current FEMA map. Again, it shows some of the differences in the flood exposure. And once we understand the flood exposure, then we can design effective projects. So it's really a key step in that direction. So then I want to talk about...
Supervisor Fennell?
Hank, I know you need to choose one area to focus on, and my question is it transferable in terms of what you learn? I'm assuming that South Bay has similar kind of movement, subsidence and encroachment and all of that, but would what you learn from this be easily transferable?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's one of our objectives, is to develop a methodology that could be transferable. And we think this level of planning needs to be landscape-based, and we think this hydrographic area is probably the logical scale.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yes, we'd like to see it transferred.
Great, thank you.
Another major initiative that your board is supporting is the development of the Humboldt Bay Trail. So that's a 4.2 mile multi-use path that would connect where Arcata's Bay Trail ends and Eureka's Waterfront Trail begins. So this shows the footprint for that. This is a major infrastructure project along the shoreline. And last year we did a detailed sea level rise report. And I just want to show that we're planning for 2 feet of sea level rise by 2060, 2070, and 3 feet by 2100. So there's a methodology for looking at projections, looking at your risk level, and so that's really the outcome of that analysis. And then again, trying to understand what are the physical processes and what's the geomorphic response and how does that translate to hazards. So we developed criteria for what would affect trail usability and what would cause damage, and that's providing us a basis for our trail design. And so that's a big part of why this is a big and a methodical design process to take into account these issues. I think I'll just go forward. One of the things about looking at risk is you can quantify probability, frequency, duration of events, and then you can translate that into your physical design. And so again, we're developing a methodology that could be translated to other landscape areas. And so finally, we are incorporating many adaptation measures into this project. And so I would say, thinking about adaptation around Humboldt Bay, you know, this is probably the most important project over the next 10 or 20 years in terms of buying time and protecting our highway corridor. So we will be investing in repairing the damaged shoreline protection along the railroad and damaged prism in certain areas. We'll be looking, there's certain vulnerable areas where we want to raise the railroad grade. We're taking into account that hydraulic analysis in terms of setting the grade of the trail. There's different approaches to thinking about sea level rise. You know, one is keeping the water out, and then one is planning for letting the water in. And so we're developing our trail design to plan for wave overwash and to make our trail surfaces and slopes more resilient to that effect. Along with that, there's a need to be prepared for, as water overtops these shoreline structures, is to think about how it drains out. And so, you know, the drainage ditch between the railroad and the trail and the highway is very important. And so we're working with Caltrans to look at that. And then there's a need to plan for future adaptation measures. And so I want to just finally talk about a project concept that we're advancing. California is promoting an approach called natural shoreline infrastructure. So recognizing that natural systems have co-benefits. In addition to providing habitat, they can provide benefits to communities and infrastructure. And, you know, here's an aerial view of our project area for Bay Trail South, and you'll see really extensive mud flats leading up to the shoreline. And then if you look closely, there are still some remnant patches of salt marsh, and you can see the protective function that those salt marsh patches have on the railroad grade. There's less erosion where those salt marsh patches are present, and there's much more damage where they're absent. And then we can look just northward towards Arcata, and they have, you know, a large marsh plain that is providing enhanced protection for the Bay Trail and that segment of the highway. And so what that salt marsh does is that it reduces the height of waves, and it also creates roughness that attenuates the energy of those waves, so they're not as erosive. And so this concept led to submitting a grant proposal for funds to develop a design and test the feasibility for creating new salt marsh along the shoreline, approximately 1.25 mile segment of our Bay Trail area, to look at the feasibility of creating salt marsh that would enhance that natural shoreline protection for that corridor. So we expect to hear the results of that grant application in November. You know, still a lot of work to be done to assess the feasibility and the acceptability of that concept, but that's something that we're trying to advance as part of a integrated approach to sea level rise adaptation. And one of the reasons we think this could be successful is if you look at this red line shows our project area for the natural shoreline infrastructure concept. And if you look at the 1870 map, you'll see that the salt marsh actually extended further out to the bay than it currently does. And so, you know, that's just a starting point to think about perhaps restoring some of that footprint, and then not only enhancing that, you know, rare habitat type, but also providing the benefits to the infrastructure. And then finally, I put together a list kind of thinking about last week's discussion of a citizen advisory committee and some ideas that your board and, you know, future committee can consider in terms of being specific about the actions and the kind of the charge for that committee. So I think I'll just leave that there. We can come back to that in future discussions. But I also want to say just that the Humboldt Bay Trail is a very important and unique project because, number one, it has multiple benefits. Like, it's primarily for transportation, recreation, but it will also be an adaptation measure project. It also provides the means for non-motorized transportation. And so that also provides a means to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by giving people the opportunity to choose not to use motorized vehicles. So in that ways, it's a very unique project. Thank you.
Hank, would the committee we started working on last week, could they have a subcommittee working on this out of the same group? Or are you thinking another group or the same group? Or it just seems like we'll have a lot of groups working on the same projects in the same direction. I don't know if that's feasible or.
I think there needs to be a discussion of, and going back to the strategies, do you want a committee focused on greenhouse gas mitigation? Do you want a committee focused on adaptation? Do you want it to focus on both? I think that's just a really important foundational question. And then here are some ideas for how that committee could be most effective, just kind of from the trenches, thinking about what work is already in progress.
Okay. Supervisor Madrone, then Fennell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great work. I really appreciate the hard work in getting the Bay Trail done and the need to adapt to all these other things going on. And I really appreciate your work and staff on trying to be prepared for that future situation. And it really provides such a win-win with the Harbor District having a bunch of dredging spoils that they might need to get rid of that are testing clean now, apparently. And the opportunity to integrate that into your shoreline building project somehow really jumps out as an incredible opportunity for the community. So I think that's great. The picture of Highway 101 with the waves and the water over it in 2005, I mean, that was 14 years ago. I ran into an individual at a community service district meeting just the other night that they completely thought I was making up a fable about sea level rise actually already impacting our infrastructure. And it's, wow, you know, have you seen the pictures from 2005? It's already here in king tides. And I assume that that was actually a king tide with storm surge and maybe heavy runoff as well. And the combination of those three factors all leading to a surge of water over Highway 101. I think it'd be great for the media to put that picture on the front of the Times Standard, on the news, and really get that out to folks, say, it's here, it's already happening, you know. And I think it's important to recognize that if we're going to adapt and do stuff. But good work on your efforts here.
Or if they could go to Table Bluff every year. Supervisor Fennell.
I just keep harping back to the subsidence because I just know that there's gradual subsidence happening all the time. But I remember back in 1992 when we had those 3 earthquakes, there was actually a significant drop and a push at the same time. So absent an actual Cascadia event, at which point all of these plans kind of go out the door, but another significant earthquake, is that going to be factored in as well? You know, in other words, let's not just count on that it's going down so many centimeters, but also plan for a potential drop of 6 inches or something like that.
You know, the current approach is to look at the average in between major earthquakes and not to try to plan for a significant adjustment with a major earthquake event. That's the standard design practice right now.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know when the big one happens, but there could be several significant ones before that happens, and so it might be worth it to think about it at least.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. It's true, we don't have a good understanding of tectonic occurrences, but our modeling for sea level rise is becoming more and more accurate, for sure. And every time we do the modeling for this, it generally gets worse or more extreme. So I'm glad we're here. 2 weeks ago, you guys were present at the Coastal Commission meeting, or some of you were. John was. Go ahead.
If I could interrupt, we haven't even begun the presentation yet.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Okay,
Please.
well then, please start your presentation.
Thank you.
Looks like we were doing our presentation before you got a chance.
I apologize. One of the things that we wanted to try to do was talk a little bit about, you know, the efforts to do things now, but also do the comprehensive policy planning that needs to be done. And that's something that we're currently undergoing. And we're have several grants to update the Humboldt Bay Area Plan on a comprehensive basis. And so some of the work that's been done there already is that we have completed the vulnerability assessment, looking at sea level rise probably over the next 100 years, looking at increments of 3 feet or a meter and then 2 meters of rise and what the impacts of that would be. Based upon that, we've developed policy background studies. We've gone out and met with the public and presented the potential policy options of addressing sea level rise and responding to that. We've also conducted planning commission workshops. One of the things that's been interesting is to meet with the Coastal Commission staff, both locally and out of San Francisco, and see the evolution of their thought in terms of what can be permitted, what can be deemed acceptable, what could conceivably be permitted, and what, at least in their minds, can't be permitted to this point. Their early position was that the only acceptable strategy was one of retreat, and so they didn't want to see barriers being built. They didn't want to see improvements being made. That seems to be less the case now. They are more accepting of that, not entirely accepting, but more accepting, with the idea that you have to have a retreat strategy work into that. So one of the things that we're confronted with is the fact that even before we start talking about sea level rise, is we've got existing vulnerabilities. We've got, as Hank mentioned, we've got a lot of ag land that were former mudflats that have been diked, and the word is used reclaimed, although I'm not sure the environmental movement would call a diked mudflat reclaimed land. They would probably like to see the dikes removed and have it reclaimed by nature, but I'll leave that alone. But 75% of Humboldt Bay's shoreline is at this point artificial. So a lot of the ag land that we have, a lot of the residential land, some of the industrial land, some of the commercial land is all built on artificial shoreline. And as Hank mentioned, not only are we seeing sea level rise, which I'll get to in a moment, but we're seeing subsidence. So one of the factors that we're seeing is that the dikes that were built, some of them over 100 years ago, were built at a point in time, and in actuality, the earth has lowered in elevation relative to the sea level before even beginning to talk about sea level rise. And then, in all reality and in all honesty, we've created a regulatory scheme which makes it very, very difficult, if not impossible, to maintain those dikes and those levees. And so they are suffering from lack of maintenance, and thus they're vulnerable to overtopping. One of the other things I want to mention is that we've also got very vulnerable populations, particularly in king salmon and Fields Landing, that are currently experiencing nuisance impact just from king tides and other things going on, where the streets are starting to flood and wind-driven waves are starting to affect their circulation. I did want to just point out that it's often easy to overlook or dismiss the value of agriculture, but in Humboldt County, one of the most significant economic drivers of the economy is relative to livestock. And a lot of the ag land that we're talking about around Humboldt Bay is directly related to livestock production and production of livestock products. So I just want to point that out, to say that sometimes it's easy to think that we could just let the sea reclaim certain lands, but that land is economically productive right now and is an important part of the Humboldt County economy. Relative to some of the dikes that are eroding, this is what an eroding dike looks like. And I don't want to give you a lot of pictures with this, but just give you a couple of shots to give you an idea that there is maintenance needed just right now just to maintain the status quo. And then adding on top of that sea level rise, there's a very real need to be a little bit proactive if we want to retain what has been an economic driver within Humboldt County. Wanted to point this
John,
out.
that previous picture wasn't, and just that gap there, that's been an historical boat launch and a tribal area for years, I believe, right?
I'm not entirely familiar with it. It's mostly the low area where you can see that it's breaching it.
I think it's the slough out by Ocean Ranch.
Yeah.
Okay.
You saw the picture in 2005 where Highway 101 was being overtopped. This is a situation in 2004 where there was a levee breach, and you can see the flooding that occurred behind that. So, 14, 15 years ago, we were experiencing these kinds of impacts and seeing catastrophic consequences. So when we get to actual sea level rise, what this exhibit shows is around Humboldt Bay, the area that's in the yellow is indicating where there would be just 3 feet, 3.3 feet, 1 meter of sea level rise. You can see a lot of that has to do with predominantly agricultural areas, but some of it also has to do with industrial areas and residential areas. The Samoa Peninsula isn't as afflicted as one might think, so that's the good news, but Fields Landing, on the other hand, is. So just with 1 meter of sea level rise, all the sloughs within the Humboldt Bay Area plan, the banks would be overtopped. 62% of the agricultural lands would be inundated, 32% of the industrial commercial property, 29% of coastal dependent industrial land, 17% of all public facilities this is within the plan area, and 11% of the residential areas would be afflicted. Those are pretty staggering numbers. In addition, the access to king salmon and the Humboldt Bay Generating Station would be cut off. Highway 101 would be tidally inundated. The Humboldt Bay Trail would be tidally inundated. There are 9.6 miles of water mains that would be afflicted. There would be 10.5 miles of sewer lines that would be afflicted. Now, conceivably, you might think that they wouldn't be affected because there'd just be water on top of them. But the problem becomes in trying to maintain them, repair them. No longer are you digging down into soil. You're now having to deal with lines that are underground and underwater. 30 electrical transmission towers would be affected, and the north and south jetties would also be subject to inundation. Some of the regulatory constraints that we face, and this has been part of our discussions, is that there are 3 different jurisdictions around Humboldt Bay. There's the county, there's Arcata, there's Eureka, there's the Harbor District, there are state lands. There's a number of agencies with infrastructure from power, water, sewer, obviously roads. And then there's the Coastal Commission retained jurisdiction, which is something that is really problematic, and I'm sorry that this doesn't show up better, but within the yellow, you see areas that are striped. And what these areas are areas of Coastal Commission retained jurisdiction. That means that in those areas, the Coastal Commission has permit authority. The county does not. So even as we update our local coastal plan, they would use the local coastal plan as guidance, but would not necessarily follow the policies developed within the local coastal plan. And so that was brought up to the Coastal Commission at the meeting, and I think they were a little surprised. Some of them were surprised by that because the implications of that are huge. If there is no policy guidance in terms of how to address adaptation to sea level rise, then what are you using to judge whether or not projects should be approved or denied? Their traditional response has been, well, we use the Coastal Act, but the Coastal Act was written before sea level rise was really a reality. So we're now in a situation where even the Coastal Commission is recognizing, maybe I'm putting words in their mouth, but they're recognizing the need to address on a comprehensive basis how to deal with sea level rise. Our concern with these areas is that in order to permit dike improvements, public improvements including Highway 101 or the Bay Trail, in raising the elevations of those, or whether we let water in and out or whether we hold water back, that's all then in the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. So even if we wanted to say, you know, this is what we want to do, it's still really completely outside the county's hands whether or not something like that gets approved or not. The other struggle there is that areas like Fields Landing, King Salmon are vulnerable residential populations. In order to address those are also within retained jurisdiction for the Coastal Commission. And so the ability to navigate how to prolong the useful life of those homes, those neighborhoods for as long as possible, and then plan a gradual retreat, unless the Coastal Commission binds itself to implementing the policies that the county adopts, that would be considered on a case-by-case basis without a comprehensive strategy. So,
Supervisor Fennell.
Director Ford, with regard to that, is there any other area of the state where you can look at how the Coastal Commission is acting? Or, I mean, have they adopted a policy on how to deal with this type of situation?
I will answer that question later in the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So from a policy standpoint, we've come to recognize that the time frame in which these impacts from sea level rise will be realized is really hard to pinpoint. It could be as early as 2050. It could be as late as 2100. So what we're thinking in terms of developing a policy guidance is really a two-phase approach. One is more of a short-term approach, which focuses on maintaining the economic infrastructure that is there, protecting what we have in the short term, while developing a longer-term strategy to gradually retreat and to address what the bigger picture will look like when sea level rise become beyond what we can economically, reasonably, rationally adapt to. We've discussed this with the Coastal Commission staff out of San Francisco. Their response has been, you know, we're conceptually okay with that. The thing that we really want to see is what are the triggers then to begin the movement towards retreat. And so then how do you adaptively respond to that? And so we're fine with you having a short-term approach, but we also want to make sure that you're thinking about the longer-term picture. And you know, that's adequate planning, and that's appropriate planning. The thing that we don't want to do is lock future generations into a scenario where we're so restrictive that they have no room to work. However, we don't want to leave them flailing without some guidance in terms of thinking about when it is that they're going to have to be taking some actions. So that's the kind of the overview of the policy approach that we're talking about. Many of the concepts that Hank talked about in terms of the projects that Public Works is putting together would be the short-term implementation measures that would be included within a policy document. But those all work towards more of a comprehensive global approach to how to deal with sea level rise. So as was mentioned, there was the meeting in Eureka with the Coastal Commission. And there was a presentation primarily given by Alderman Laird to discuss what would happen with sea level rise. And as Alderman Laird presented the pretty huge implications of what could happen, especially relative to the economic impacts, the impacts to vulnerable properties. The Coastal Commission was a little bit overwhelmed, I thought. My read of their body language was, we didn't realize that this would be happening in this measure in Humboldt County with the combination of sea level rise and subsidence. I think the term that was used really is ground zero to developing a model for what should be the response from around the state. They really wanted to work towards putting a body together to comprehensively address it, recognizing that there are several different local jurisdictions, and then there is commission jurisdiction that's all at play within permitting and adapting to sea level rise. And so they didn't just want to leave it to a fragmented piecemeal approach, but really wanted, I think their thought was something similar to a JPA, which would have the ability to work on the policy end of it cumulatively for everybody, work to get all the needs of all the different, not only jurisdictions, but utilities, transportation, Caltrans, state agencies addressed as part of a more global approach, and then also to work towards finding the funding to make that happen. Many of the commissioners had volunteered to go meet with the governor's office to find funding to make some of this happen. So while we're obligated to finish our grant requirements and submit a policy document to the Coastal Commission in obligation of the grants that we've got, we're also caught in a moment in time where the Coastal Commission seems to be primed to see Humboldt County take what could be a leadership role in coordinating a response with all the agencies and property owners and utilities that are affected by sea level rise around Humboldt Bay to develop a more comprehensive approach to this. So one of the questions that we wanted to raise with the board this morning is whether or not the board would be interested in taking such a leadership role in coordinating that. And it could be anything from giving staff direction to coordinate and start to put together meetings with the other local jurisdictions, agencies, utility providers, Caltrans, to begin to discuss the needs and what needs to happen to actually creating a ad hoc subcommittee of the board to participate in that action. So as we begin, if it is the board's desire to do this, to start to meet with the electeds for the other agencies to have support for that, to be presenting that the county is interested in seeing a comprehensive approach put together. So really what we're doing today is really asking you to consider the update that we've given you, accept any public comment, but then at the end of the time on this subject is to give direction in terms of what the board would like to see happen. Would the board see itself wanting to encourage other jurisdictions, want to encourage Caltrans, other state agencies, and other utility providers to come together in some manner, whether it's in the JPA or some other instrument, to be able to do comprehensive planning, comprehensive adaptation to sea level rise? That concludes our presentation.
And with that, I'll open it up to public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Fennell.
Again, this is an area that interests me greatly, and you mentioned King Salmon and Fields Landing. That's why I was talking about South Bay when we were hearing from the Public Works Department. It is a bit of a conundrum, and I like your ideas, as we also discussed earlier, of working together with all the various agencies that might have the expertise and or desire to be part of whatever we come up with. So I do support the concept of creating an agency, as was suggested by the Coastal Commission. And I think it would be a good idea to have an ad hoc committee of the board to work with staff to see what that might look like. And I would actually, without naming at this point, just say that that would be a motion, and then we can talk about who might be on that ad hoc committee.
Form an ad hoc?
Yes.
Second, but we don't know what it looks like or what we're really talking, so that's what you want to talk about now? Just
Yeah, right. The ad hoc would just basically be, as Director Ford was saying, to work with staff to see what this JPA might look like, or other ramifications. It wouldn't be, an ad hoc doesn't go on forever. This is just a task-oriented ad hoc.
And the only thing is, I know an ad hoc doesn't go on forever, but I'm not so sure this issue isn't going to go on forever. We're talking, we're talking 2050 here, so.
Could mean.
You know, and with that, and just because of the FEMA maps, and this was discussed about a year and a half ago when the King Salmon residents and the Fields Landing residents took such a beating on some of their insurance policies. We were talking about ground truthing some of the FEMA maps, because they're somewhat general, and we've got people claiming that they're actually out of the zone, even though they've got these wide swaths. So I would love to see if we, ground truth. I mean, just to make sure we're hitting the areas that most need it, where it's most needed, where it is actually, instead of the wide swaths. I think eventually it's going to get there.
Well,
and the other thing I'd like to see is that 62% agricultural scares the heck out of me. And a lot of the agricultural people have been the two major, and I've said this before, the two major dikes that have failed were both in over 2 years trying to get Coastal Commission approval to fix them. And if we're going to have a 2 or 3 year gap to fix these structures, when these people, these legacy ranches, these peoples we had Park Street and we had, Jackson Ranch, if we would allow these people to maintain them like they have for the last 50 or 60 years, or give them, some sort of, and by law, they're supposed to be able to fix their agricultural dikes, from what if I interpret. So I just think we need to allow them to go back to what they did best, and that is to protect our agricultural lands that feed us. And if that's part of the process, I would like it. So they're not they don't feel like they're getting talked to a lot. A few of the landowners, and they're large landowners in some of these low-lying areas. So,
yeah, one of the.
Supervisor Madrone.
Now, I just want to respond very, very quickly when you were talking about ground truthing on the FEMA maps. I noticed that with some of the areas down south too, and I think part of it, of the confusion, is the layout of our GIS, because that's affected by the polar.
Fully agreed. That's why I would like to see a little bit of that. So at least know that we accept those into the problem, but maybe these people can get a little relief on their insurance. And we're making some of these areas, maybe their assets, unsaleable. So.
Yes, I fully support moving forward with a plan, and I think it's totally appropriate for the county to be stepping into our role of helping to bring all this together so that we're communicating and working well to adapt and prepare. And from what I heard at the Coastal Commission meeting, it sounded like they would be willing to help finance such an effort. So I assume that this will go along with seeking grant funding to help pay for the county's costs of facilitating this effort. But I'm fully supportive of whatever we call it, JPA, task force. I'd like to see staff come back basically with recommendations on how to proceed with that.
Supervisor Wilson.
There are kind of a lot of layers to this, so I'm just not going to get into it. Other than to say that I concur with Supervisor Madrone on asking you to come back with a strategy that includes the support of the Coastal Commission that they've offered. They, we, whatever that is. I think that's completely reasonable. I appreciate the perspective you guys have given in terms of looking at the timeline of this. I will say that part of the reason I think the response from the commission was, I don't know if it's surprise, but that we're having some frank discussions here in this community that we don't have, that maybe in other communities they're almost afraid to have, and it has a lot to do with the value of property. We value our property and we value the assets and of the infrastructure and the homes and the agricultural lands and those sorts of things. But we don't have lot after lot after lot that's $2 million for the land and another $4 million for the house, and that adds up real fast and can be a deterrent in terms of the ability to really receive the information in terms of the risk of sea level rise. And I think from our perspective, we have a bit more of a realistic perspective. And so I I think for some of the commission, it's really they don't get that sort of a frank discussion in some of the other communities. So I think that's part of what the reaction that you saw. So I think we're ready. We're ready to dive into this and talk about it in those ways. And I will, the subsidence that we've seen on the agricultural lands, a lot of that is not tectonic. It comes from the oxidation of the soils, basically, when the water was removed, and they weren't mud flats. They were marshlands, or they were so they were fully vegetated at one point, and then with pickleweed and those other things, and now it's subsided, and I do think that there are needs to help those agricultural producers both retain, but also as sea level rises, groundwater is going to rise too. And at some point, it's just the equation, the work put into it is not going to be a value in terms of the production of the current crop that's there now. And so something different will have to be looked at. And so in the past, we've really been looking at just the conversion to, our more natural resource uses, but maybe there are other ag uses we could be starting to think about that are more appropriate under a different scenario. Protein production maybe include different species than we currently use now. But I think we also need to make sure that understanding that these land use issues are going to be in terms of sequestration and the human impacts of creating greenhouse gases and how we can both trap them and in terms of how we can both prevent them from being created. And that takes land use policies, and that takes policy makers that believe that humans are responsible for this. And so again, I think we have to really account for that and understand it and believe it to take action in those arenas. So, and it's not just that. I mean, Eureka has a specific interest in this too. In the project area you're talking about, Jacobs Avenue, which has a ton of businesses in there, is at 5-foot elevation now. So during high tides, it's below the high tide level currently, which is really a situation that it can't go on forever for sure. And there's going to be needs to deal with that. That being said, those are all just subject matters to the general idea, which is yes, please go forth and seek out a way to work with all the stakeholders, and sure, JPA or a CSD or whatever that it is, I'm not particular. I'll let you guys make those recommendations. Although I have to say, it's like, we've talked about creating 2 new JPAs today, which is, 2 new committees that, or things that we'd have to serve on as board members, just add it to the list of things, and that we have, that will have staff and have to be funded and all those other things, which is kind of why maybe combining them with, if we're talking about infrastructure assets and we're talking about building up infrastructure assets and preserving them, maybe there is an opportunity to combine this with what we've talked about this morning, and so that we're not we're not getting institutional fatigue in that regard on these issues. So that's what I have to say. This, if there's a committee created, I'm happy to serve on it.
Just one, not both of them, though? Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have much to add to it all. I know we have a motion on the floor that may just come off the floor, whatever. I'll defer to the motion maker. We'll see what happens. And I know we're not making this decision. I don't think they're necessarily the same JPA, but that's a further discussion down the line when it can be further fleshed out. Just that's my initial thought on that, but a lot more to do first.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, as was discussed earlier, it's really important for us to move forward on this, and especially if we have the Coastal Commission, paying attention right now. We need to act, I think, forcefully. And I do, if my colleagues agree that we need an ad hoc committee, which is what the director suggested, I would be happy to serve on it. I think also about the River Walk area in Fortuna and the dike along there. There's a lot of areas that in Supervisor Bohn's district are really threatened, Ferndale, etc. So I would defer if you wanted to be on it. I don't. Whatever, but I do think that it's really important that we move forward, and whatever help we can do to work with staff so that they can do their job, then bring it back to the board in full.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think, as Supervisor Wilson said, we don't have a lot of $2 and $3 million lots, but I can pretty much guarantee you the people that do own those lots, that for most of those people, unlike down south, that's their only asset, that's their life, that's the only thing they're going to pass on. So they are concerned as hell about what we do and what's going on and how we do this. And I know that, a little fun fact, I think they haven't ground truthed it completely, but I think the 5th District and the 1st District have the 2 longest coastlines, supervisorial district coastlines in the state of California. So, and pretty much unmolested, by the way. But with that being said, I think that as we move forward, and I think when we say we're going to go get funding from the Coastal Commission, unless things have changed drastically, I don't think they have a lot of funds, but I think they're going to assist us in our grant writing, both from the feds and the state, and assist us, and make the transition of getting those funds so much more easier. So I think I know they do have funds, but nothing on the magnitude of what we're going to need and what we're talking about today. And I may be wrong. We have a Coastal Commission member here, so Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, at the meeting, the Coastal Commission staff specifically stated they have a very specific account of funding to assist the county with these preliminary steps. Obviously, mitigation and all that's going to be a whole nother ballgame, but they clearly already have the funds in place to assist us with coordinating, facilitating. And in the interest of moving this along, given the way it's been noticed in our agenda, I don't think we can take any other action right now other than to move to, I would suggest an amendment to the motion to receive the report and have staff come back to us with a structure and a plan for how to proceed, so we can then look at that, act on that. So I would offer that as an amendment.
Yeah, it's fine, except that we can create an ad hoc committee any day of the week.
Well, not without noticing it.
Usually Tuesdays.
Yes, we can.
An ad hoc is just 2 members of the board. It's short term and not the Brown Act does not apply.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No, it's okay. It's just it's exactly for this kind of situation where you say, okay, we need to work on this.
Great.
Let's give ourselves a goal and just do it.
Well, that's why we're here to learn. Thank you.
And I think out of all this, I think an ad hoc is kind of like taking a BB gun to a grizzly bear fight. I don't think this is short term. I don't think it's short-sighted. I think we have a huge job in front of us. So I think the staff coming back, I don't know if, and I fully agree that we have meetings 2-3 nights a week or during the day and everything else, and besides all our other duties and barbecues and fun things we get to go to and block parties and that are just the best part of the job. But those are all times that you take away from home and your own personal life. So, but that's why we're here. With that being said, I don't know if we can get a volunteer committee to take that big a bite of this apple that we're talking about today, because as we're compensated, and I wish Kent was here because I'd love to fill out a time card as long as I got overtime. But with that being said, I think we need to probably look at two separate bodies, because it's two distinct separate things that both are interacted. But I think, they both intertwine quite a bit. But I think we get so much, we have enough of it up here with agenda creep. I could imagine what if you had all that under one umbrella. And I think that's something with the addition of what Supervisor Madrone and what Supervisor Fennell's brought forward, you guys can bring that back to us. Did you want to say, yeah, that's what we want to do?
Fundamentally, yes, that's what we want to do.
Great answer.
I would just like to add a slight nuance to that. The benefit of the ad hoc committee, in my mind,
to set it up,
is to, when we start to have discussions with the other, the cities primarily, talking to the electeds to determine whether or not they want to participate or not. Having an ad hoc committee gives it a degree of authority. And so this isn't creating at this point the separate JPA or whatever it's going to be. This is just simply to begin developing and understanding whether or not there's the political support around Humboldt Bay.
She likes that. That's not the way it was presented, so but jump on it now, because
exactly
if it's an ad hoc for the formation that she thought of, that would be a great thing. But
That's all I was talking about.
okay, perfect.
No.
That's what I heard.
No way was this ad hoc committee going to be in charge of taking care of sea level rise in Humboldt County. That's a much bigger task. This is just purely the nuts and bolts of getting this thing going.
So could we toss everything off the table and restate the motion, since we have some interpretation by the...
Yeah, and my only thing was in deference to whoever is interested. I know I'm interested. Supervisor Wilson also said he was interested. I didn't want to nominate, so I wanted to have one motion that said to go forward, staff to come back with a report on this potential JPA and to form an ad hoc committee to work with staff. That was the motion. If
I'll second that with the addition that the ad hoc committee is yourself and myself.
I'm fine to do that, yeah.
Okay.
You already had a motion. Did you rescind the other motion, or was this just restating? I already seconded it, so you don't have to second again. I guess. She said she's restating it.
That's right, Supervisor Wilson.
I was going to use a terrible word right there, but
You're televised.
So. Do it.
No, it just got this.
Darn it, was going to have.
It's been moved and seconded, and I have no idea what's been moved and seconded, neither does our clerk.
No, it hasn't been. The only change to it as put forward by Supervisor Wilson was to actually name the members of that ad hoc committee.
You're directing staff to come back with?
No, we can create the ad hoc committee now.
Oh, I know that,
yeah.
but you added to your motion, direct staff to come back with?
A presentation on the formation of the JPA and further information.
And the strategy for moving forward.
Yes, strategy for moving forward.
Now we're going to
Yeah.
Okay, now I need a clarification. This is not going to be an advisory committee. This is going to be a JPA now?
No. This is,
A body,
right.
a body or an agency.
Thank you. I heard JPA, a body. Thank you.
Yep.
I need clarification. Thank you.
A body or an agency.
Because somebody will say, you said JPA, so.
That's true. Body or.
All right.
However, as you know, I said while we were talking about this, I'm sorry, Chair Bohn, but I wanted, to be aware of the fact that you have issues in your district, and I want to know if you want to be on that committee.
You already nominated two, so I'll defer because I don't see as much in Mr. Wilson's district as I've got two large residential areas in King Salmon and Fields Landing, and quite a bit of road infrastructure that's highly involved. But in the matter of having full faith that this will be done in the proper way, I will concede to let you guys go with your motion.
And I would say with that, I mean, there's plenty of infrastructure in the District 3, but
I'm not arguing.
Besides that, I think if we're trying to coordinate with the Coastal Commission and trying to avoid the potential for cross talk, I guess, Brown Act issues in terms of having three people involved with trying to pull the Coastal Commission into being supportive. I will
There's
leverage
quite a few
my
members
position
on that
there to
coastal
help with
commission, so it's been moved and seconded.
So I will add then Supervisor Wilson and myself on the ad hoc committee.
Still. And again, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. We really don't have anything till 1:30 unless you want to. Okay, we are adjourned till 1:30.
thank you, Chair Bohn, and members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me is Caitlin Castellano and Cliff Johnson, also with Planning and Building, to present the Bluff Creek Company's appeal of the Planning Commission denial of their application. So this is this appeal is de novo, meaning that the board basically can consider all information as new, and the action on it would be to take action on the appeal and then to take action on the permit. And with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Castellano to give you a presentation.
Please, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. The item before you for your consideration is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the Bluff Creek Company special permit for an existing 9,200 square foot pre-existing outdoor cultivation operation and a setback reduction to less than 600 feet from public lands. First, I'd like to point out the project is located within a ceremonial district that cannot meet the required 600-foot setback from tribal cultural resource as defined in section 55.4.11 subsection D of the Commercial Medical Marijuana Land Use Ordinance, also known as CCMULO, and Ordinance 1.0. Second, the project was denied in a split vote because the Planning Commission recognized that the ordinance requirement is clear to not allow approval, but some commissioners wanted to allow the applicant time to find a relocation site to participate in the retirement, remediation, and relocation program while affording him the ability to continue with his interim permit to recover costs incurred through the application process. However, the applicant was unwilling to pursue the RR option and asked the Commission on February 7th to make a decision on the permit. Here is an aerial view of the project location. It is approximately 3 miles northeast of Wichipec on the east side of Highway 96, adjacent to the Klamath River and across from Six Rivers National Forest. Ordinance 1.0 was adopted on September 3rd, 2016 with specific language requiring a 600-foot setback from tribal cultural resources. The setback from the tribal cultural resource was a mitigation measure identified in CMM LUO's environmental document prepared pursuant to CEQA and AB 52 guidelines. Here's a closer aerial look at the project site adjacent to the Klamath River and Six Rivers National Forest lands. CMMLUO defines a tribal cultural resource as sites, features, places, cultural landscapes, et cetera, that are important to California Native American tribe, and also shall include sites or resources identified by the tribe through an action of the tribal council or equivalent body. The Coet Ceremonial District was identified as a tribal cultural resource by the Yurok Tribal Council on March 22nd, 2018. This district encompasses an area of land within the Yurok's ancestral territory that includes the entirety of the parcel. As a result, there is no area on the subject parcel that can comply with the 600-foot setback requirement for the commercial cannabis cultivation. Because of this, multiple offers to RRR were given to the applicant, but he requested a hearing, and the Planning Commission denied the permit due to this clear language. The next several slides will address the appeal issues identified by the applicant. The applicant claims the denial decision was unlawful under County Code Section 314-55.4.11 subsection D, which does require the 600-foot setback to a tribal cultural resource. He claims that staff denied the existence of tribal ancestor territory maps prior to submittal of his application, and he claims after notification of the Yurok Coet Ceremonial District, he found no records of said claim in a state register of historical resources, the county register, nor the Park Service register, and the applicant was not allowed to access the tribal register. In response to the first point, the ancestral territory maps were in existence and available at the date of the application. It was common practice well before the submittal of an application to use these maps and share these maps with the applicants. The planning department worked with the tribes to develop these maps prior to the adoption of CMMLUO. As part of the application process, a referral was sent to the Karuk and Yurok tribes based on these ancestral territory maps, in which responses indicated that tribal cultural resources would be impacted. In response to the second point, CMMLUO's definition of a tribal cultural resource does not require it to be registered on a specific historic register and specifies that a tribal cultural resource may, quote, include sites or resources identified by the tribe through an action of the tribal council or equivalent body, end quote. Yurok Tribal Council approved a major action on March 22nd, 2018, and approved the Coet Ceremonial District to be eligible for the Yurok Historical Register and any other register as necessary. Although this major action took place after the application submittal and referral, this area has long-standing tribal cultural significance to the Yurok and Karuk tribes. And maps defining the location of this cultural landscape and related correspondence is confidential per California Government Code Section 6254R and 6254. Furthermore, application requirements for all CCULO permits require that the cultivation area be set back at least 600 feet and that the setback may be waived with the express consent of the tribe, but the tribe has not granted this setback and instead recommended denial with their express written concerns. This clear language of the section compels denial of this application. Appeal issue 2, the applicant states the planning department's decision to accept the tribal cultural resource designation is in violation of the Brown Act. In response to this bullet point, AB 52 consultation requirements were applied during the development of the CMMLUO and during ongoing consultation of impacts of cannabis projects, which include provisions for confidentiality. The county's decision to add, quote, includes sites or resources identified by the tribe through the action of a tribal council or equivalent body, end quote, to the definition of the tribal cultural resource was negotiated during the CMMLUO government-to-government consultation process. And it was determined to be mutual agreeable resolution, for the purpose of preserving and mitigating impacts to a cultural place. SB 18 states that effective consultation is an ongoing process and not a single event, and AB 52 requires that any information, not just documents, submitted by a California Native American tribe shall not be disclosed to the public. And the decision to accept the Coet Ceremonial District for the purpose of a TCR under CCMLUO did not require a public hearing because the ordinance is clear that the tribe has authority to define its own tribal cultural resources. Lastly, the special permit at issue here was presented to the Planning Commission at a public hearing and is now before you, the Board of Supervisors. Both of these meetings comply with Brown Act and allow public participation. Appeal issue 3, the applicant claims violation of California Public Resources Code because the definition of a tribal cultural resource is vague and ambiguous, and it denied parties equal protection and due process and did not provide property owners opportunity to object, as well as the county's decision to accept the cultural resource designation is unlawful under Public Resources Code sections 5024.1 and 21080.3.2 subdivision C1. In response to the first point, SB 18 and AB 52 requirements were followed during the development of the CCMUO. Multiple opportunities for the public to review and comment on the text were available prior to its adoption. The tribe and county are required to disclose and are often specifically precluded from disclosing the specifics of a tribal cultural resource. And the CMLUO definition goes above and beyond the definition in Public Resources Code because this was a result of AB 52 consultation and during the legislative process in adopting the CMLUO. The TCR, does not need to be included in the state register to be considered a tribal cultural resource under the ordinance. In response to the second bullet point, the definition of a tribal cultural resource under county code includes, but is not limited to, those resources defined in the Public Resources Code sections cited. Therefore, clearly, the definition under the ordinance allows the Coet Ceremonial District. And further, the sections cited in the Public Resources Code specifically reference the authority of the county to determine what constitutes a historical resource, even if it's not listed on a register. Therefore, there is no merit to the applicant contention that this action violates Public Resources Code. Appeal issue 4. The applicant states that the U.S. Constitution was the law of the land and that the state and CMMLUO are unconstitutional. He states that allowing the tribes to identify a tribal cultural resource on non-tribal lands and to request denial of the permit is unconstitutional. He states that the CMMLUO's ability to restrict the use of his property prohibits the free exercise of his religious beliefs, and that it would require him to agree with the religious beliefs and practices of the Yurok and Croup tribes in order to legally cultivate cannabis. And he states that denial of the cannabis permit will result in a taking of his property and denial of other protected rights without equal protection or due process of law. In response to number 1, the Planning Commission's decision of denial was based entirely on the application's clear inconsistency with Humboldt County Code, and there is no evidence that Humboldt County Code is unconstitutional. Number 2, recognition of a TCR, designated by the Yurok tribe was in accordance with the ordinance. The definition clearly includes sites or resources identified by the tribe through a major action, and this can include areas in non-tribal lands. This action is entirely consistent with California Public Resources Code and AB 52 and is not unconstitutional. Number 3, the ordinance simply imposes a setback for the purposes of commercial cannabis activity as defined in the ordinance and does not restrict the ability to conduct other legal activities on the property and does not restrict the exercise of religion in any way. Number 4, commercially cultivating cannabis is not a protected right. It is a privilege which may be exercised when it can be demonstrated that it will not adversely impact protected resources. The evidence clearly indicates that cannabis cultivation would adversely impact protected tribal resources. The denial of the ability to commercially cultivate cannabis does not deprive the applicant the continued use of the property for an existing residence and associated uses. Lastly, the applicant requests a stay on his interim permit to pursue a relocation site and modify to an RRR project. The offer to convert the application to an RRR project has been repeatedly made to the applicant since October 2018. It was also made at the Planning Commission at their February 7th, 2019 hearing, and the applicant has refused this option. In conclusion, the commercial cannabis application process is often arduous and stressful for all parties involved, but the purpose of the process is to turn up information like this. Tribal consultation did not end with the adoption of the ordinance, and it is going through the application referral process in which referral responses from both the Yurok and Karuk tribes recommended denial due to the project being located in an area that is culturally important to them. Therefore, staff recommends the board adopt the resolution finding the project exempt from environmental review pursuant to section 15270 of CEQA guidelines, find the project inconsistent with CMMLUO, and deny the appeal and deny the special permit. Or the board could continue the item to allow one of two alternatives. One, allow the applicant to process the application as an RRR, or two, direct staff to modify the ordinance and prepare an appropriate environmental analysis that would allow the county to deviate from the 600-foot setback requirement and reevaluate the application under those provisions. Thank you for your time.
And I'll ask, on one of the alternatives, I know the RRR program has run its course, and I read through the appeal that the tribes had tried to work on a triple R, and there was no fruition. And I'm just going to ask this so we know what's going on. Are they still willing to do that to protect their cultural, their ceremonial burial grounds? Are they still willing to do that? Are we still able to make that happen? And would they be able to transfer? Because a lot of this, and you make it sound like it, but when reading the appellant, it sounds like he didn't know all of this. And I can't speak for him. I have no idea. I know he has legal advice that used to be a tribal attorney. So are we able to, and I'm trying not to make this the best of both worlds as I ask this question, but are we able to work with, as this progresses, if we have to, and in good graces with the tribes that are involved, come to a better place?
So in terms of continuing with the RRR, while the ordinance precludes accepting new RRR applications, we have worked with applicants who have existing applications on file to convert those to RRRs in situations where, due to circumstances that were unforeseen, the RRR is the preferred alternative. And I believe, based upon past experience, that the Yurok in particular have been very adept at working with the county and working with landowners to do a satisfactory remediation of the site and pursue the RRR.
And I appreciate, because as reading this, I mean, it's a tale of two cities. It's either a very stubborn applicant or one that just didn't feel that he knew the whole story. And either way, I don't want to, and I'm not trying to put those into, because I think I know what a job you guys do and things like that. But this is a territory that is somewhat.
So in all honesty, it took a while to get to the place where the Kuwait Ceremonial District was identified. Early on, it was identified that there was the need to evaluate for cultural resources. And so we did notify the applicant that they needed to prepare an archaeological study, which they did. And it came back and did not identify anything that they found on the site, but indicated that this location is surrounded by areas that were important ceremonially, had village sites, had a lot of resources. And so then in subsequent conversations, it was identified that this was a ceremonial district. So I do want to say the applicant worked diligently. The applicant has been exemplary in trying to work with the county in processing the application. This is a very difficult circumstance. This is a bit of late discovery. However, as Ms. Castellano, I think clearly pointed out, the ordinance is clear. And part of the process is to identify when there are resources that need to be evaluated. And discovering that there is a ceremonial district there would constitute that kind of discovery that's very important.
And not trying to circumvent anything, we're at a point we're going to sit here and listen to a lot of testimony and everything else. And at the end of all that, if we still get to the point where we ask the applicant and the tribes to work on the RRR because that's where we're at, is that an option we can look at now, or?
That's an option you can look at now.
With that, with the hearing, we have the applicant goes first and then all right. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Lucian Smith, and I'm the president of the Bluff Creek Company Incorporated, a California state licensed cannabis cultivator with a small 9,200 square foot outdoor cultivation. I was born in Arcata and raised on my family's property north of Wichipec, not within the Yurok Reservation. As many of you in the audience may remember me as a child running around the Bluff Creek Resort. I attended Head Start in Hoopaw, elementary school in Orleans, and finally high school back in Hoopaw along with Vice Chairman Myers. I left to honorably serve our country in the United States Navy and lived in Maryland for a period of time. I returned home to care for my elderly father. The Bluff Creek Company, Inc. is my company, and this is my application and my appeal hearing concerning my mutual benefit nonprofit company, the land the company leases, and the Kewet Ceremonial District that the Yurok tribe established and officially recognized on November 9th, 2018, years after the Bluff Creek Company was established. I stand before you today appealing the decision of the Planning Commission that was made against my company, being as the planners felt they did not have authority to make a decision in this case, and I had the ability to appeal to the Board of Supervisors. Here I am. I stand before you with my state provisional licenses that are in good standing and will be upgraded to an annual state license once the State Water Resource Control Board issues my small irrigation use permit. That should be in a couple of weeks, that I have applied for. I have completed a lake and stream bed alteration agreement with CDFW and I'm 100% compliant with California state law. California has licensed the Bluff Creek Company's cannabis cultivation. In my Planning Commission hearing, Vice Chairman Myers said that their position has nothing to do with cannabis. The Bluff Creek Company has no negative impact on the Yurok tribe's cultural and environmental resources and do not disturb the sanctity of their sacred sites. The Bluff Creek Company has passed every inspection that has been made and was cleared by the State Historic Preservation Office after an intensive site visit and inspection. Both Yurok and Karuk tribes would not make a joint site visit and inspection when asked to by Director Ford, then later in 2018 by Planner Castellano. The first reasoning was that there was snow on the ground. There was at least 49 other weeks where there was snow on the ground that an inspection could have occurred. I do not know why the invitation from Planner Castellano was refused. The Bluff Creek Company, Inc. will remain a nonprofit company and will continue to provide clean, quality medicine to those that need it. The claims that I'm a for-profit corporation all over the Lost Coast Outpost are incorrect. I stood here and spoke against Mercer Fraser and Willow Creek because of their gross negligence and violations and potential damage to the Klamath River, not to mention protect sacred areas and the close proximity to an elementary school. The Bluff Creek Company is outside the stream bed management area of the Klamath River and does no damage to the environment. No poisons or chemicals are ever used. Only food grade, kosher, nutraceutical amendments and compost teas are used, and only organic amendments are used in the soil. Above-ground pots are not used for growing, only during initial propagation, therefore reducing runoff to a bare minimum. Water is conserved and currently working with the CDFW and State Water Board to increase my water storage to an over-acceptable amount that can be set aside in the forbearance season for both my land that I lease from the company and the cultivation operation that is ongoing. I do everything I can to protect and preserve the environment, the local species of birds, the salmon and other fish, bear, deer, and all creatures of the area I share with the people I grew up with. I have always been respectful, kind, and generous. I ask that I not be treated like a green rusher that comes to our area and destroys our environment, or a cartel member that poisons the land and rapes the land and takes the natural resources that we've all fought to protect. As I am not. Treat me like your neighbor, like I always have been. I respectfully request that you grant my appeal and approve my special permit, as the state of California has already approved my cultivation. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Fennell?
What is your status with the county right now?
Status with the county, it's held in, Ms. Castellano, what would it be called?
He's in the appeal period, so his permit has been denied.
He has been granted an interim permit. And just for clarification, that's what enables the issuance of the state license.
That's what I was.
He had to have something.
And so, as you know, the annual license won't be issued until a permanent permit is issued by the county. It'll remain provisional as long as it's an interim permit.
Thank you. Seeing no one else? Phil?
Honorable Board and members of the tribe, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Philip Smith. I'm the trustee for the Lucian E. Saunders Trust, owner of the property in question. And I've joined this appeal for a reason. And that reason being is that the impact that it has on my property, whether or not Bluff Creek Company stays there, whether or not Bluff Creek permit is approved or denied. It is still controlling my property. And I'm simply not going to allow a foreign government to interfere with my use of my property. I have constitutional protections under the U.S. Constitution, the California Constitution, and California law for due process of law in this process, and it's been denied me. I don't have anything, I don't care about growing cannabis. I lease the property, the trust does, to my son. But I do care about the regulating my property by a government in where I have no standing. I can't vote. I can't go to one of their tribal hearings. I can't attend a meeting of the council. Can't do anything. I have no standing. But yet you're subjecting me to a foreign government, basically. I practiced Native American law for about 40 years, all over the Pacific Northwest and Southern California. I know a little bit about it. I know what tribes can do legally and what they can't do. I've cited a number of cases in my appeal documents, and I really want you to pay close attention to them, or county council should read them. They are the law. They're the present law. They're 2019 Supreme Court cases that say you can't do what you're doing. You don't have lawful authority to do it. The federal government doesn't have the authority to do it. State governments don't have the authority to do it. You cannot deny me a lawful use of my property for someone else's religious beliefs. That's what the cases state, clear and simple. And that's what the county has done with this ordinance. The planning department says that the Public Resources Code really doesn't apply. Well, it does apply. Under SHPO, under the law, SHPO comes out and they do a study. They did the study here. The tribe was invited to attend. They didn't attend. They can come down there anytime, knock on the door. They've always been welcome at my house, and they know that. But it does apply. If the tribe wants to declare an entire area a ceremonial site, they can do that. They can do whatever they want to do that they feel is in their best interest, and which they do. But there's a process set up in the state of California where impacted property owners have a right to attend a hearing on the matter and a right to voice objections on the matter. The county says it doesn't apply because of your ordinance. Well, I said your ordinance, in my opinion, is unconstitutional because of the case law that I've cited in my brief. Due process of law shouldn't be denied me simply because of something that a tribe does that I have no standing. It's not a Republican form of government that the Constitution guarantees me, which simply means representative government. I have no representation there, can't go there. Went there to a meeting on November 8th in 2018, met with Mr. Myers and staff, drove clear to Klamath from Wichpec with the understanding that we were going to talk about mitigation, see what we could do. Made that trip, did the whole thing, and then we're told during the meeting by Mr. Myers that the committee had decided that there would be no mitigation. I said, what? So I packed up my briefcase and left. Meeting over. That's the way we were treated. And I don't treat anybody that way. Never have, never will. I was instrumental in the passage of the Humboldt-Yurok Settlement Act. As an attorney, I went to Washington, D.C. On my dime, representing the Karuk tribe, because the Karuk tribe didn't have any money at the time. So we did it. I didn't have a hell of a lot either, so we did it on my credit card, and they paid me back at $50 a month. Be that as it may, I've been active in this whole thing. I've worked on preserving the Klamath River and its natural resources since the 1960s. Maybe some of you remember the Committee of 2 Million. I belonged to that. I was on the board of that, representing the north part of the state, even though I lived in Southern California at the time. So I've been very active. I worked with State Water Resources Control Board to develop TMDLs for the Klamath River when I was working for Rezaghini Rancheria. So it's not that I'm not sympathetic to Native American issues. I've spent my entire adult life dealing with the underprivileged, dealing with minorities of all races, and particularly dealing with the Native American tribes of Northern California. I'm not a rich man, mainly because people ask me when I went to law school, what did you major in? I said, poverty law. They said, there's no such thing as poverty law. I said, sure there is. The way my clients pay me keeps me in poverty. That's basically about it. This is all I have to say. I know we're going to hear other arguments today. All of my positions and arguments are laid out in my moving papers on the appeal.
Phil, for my own personal, is this downriver from the trailer park and below the trailer park?
You know where the Big Rock is?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we're just below that. If you drive, there's a big black mailbox on the side of the road.
Yep.
We're on the riverside.
Yeah.
Leon Warmath used to own up above us.
Yes.
In fact, I think when you were working for Renner, you might even have
I did.
Filled our gas tank down there.
I did for years, yes.
So, no, we've been there. Used to have community gardens with tribal members.
All right. Okay.
Anyway, that's my position. And I will say this, I can't let it stand no matter what your ruling is today. I'll have to proceed to protect my property rights.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, this will start the opponent's part of the,
If you don't mind.
no, I'm looking forward to it. Is it, do I do public comment on each? Or I was going to let them do their presentation and then do public comment on them both.
The applicant is the appellant,
Yes.
so everything else is public comment.
Okay, excuse me. Hello, public.
Should I step back and...
You're still part of the public. Thank you.
Ayukwi, Naknau, Frankie Myers, Meacho Machak Shregon, Kinnikok. I am the vice chairman for the Yurok tribe. I want to start off by thanking you, honorable supervisors, for letting me come here and speak to you. I appreciate the time given. I won't take up a lot of the time. Most of our concerns have been brought up in the staff report.
Frankie, with public comment, you can be limited to 3,
Yes.
minutes, so, okay, all right,
It'll be
thank
quick.
you. Start his time over again, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to make you aware.
Thank you for that. The comments will be made following mine and the one in the staff report basically outline our concerns. Today I'm representing the Yurok tribe, the Kwet Ceremonial District, and our cultural practitioners. One of the responsibilities as the vice chair and as a council and as a cultural practitioner myself is to not only think of those who are practicing today, those who are alive today, but it is our responsibility to also think about future generations and the impacts of our decisions on future generations. There was a time when our culture was vibrant and all of our dances were practicing ceremonies in all of our locations. I believe, as many of our members do, there will be a time when all of our ceremonies will be conducted again. And it's my responsibility to make sure that those places that they're conducted are preserved for those future generations. I believe you as supervisors have that same responsibility to look at future generations of Humboldt County and how your decisions impact those generations to come as well. In review of the ordinance, I think and I feel and I think you would agree that the gist of the ordinance is to move forward with cannabis cultivation in a good way that protects the environment, including cultural resources. I will reiterate that the Yurok tribe is not against agriculture or cannabis cultivation. That is not our fight, but our fight is for the protection of our cultural and environmental resources and always will be. Mr. Smithville had mentioned a meeting before that we had brought down in Klamath. That meeting was extended to him, a special meeting held specifically for him. It did not end well, and it was not a good meeting. And I think both parties would need to take responsibility for the outcome of that meeting. We are not supposed to be fighting over our ceremonial areas. As cultural people, as cultural practitioners, it saddens my heart, and I know it brings sadness to our members that we have to still continue to fight for our sacred areas. And with that thought, I will extend the quickest way and the fastest way to end this dispute. I think the tribe would be willing to move forward with the Triple R if this stops the fighting over this area. We make medicine wherever we go about our day. And if we're fighting over this area and we're bringing bad feelings to this area, then that's the medicine we're making for it. And we don't want that to happen. If we can conclude and move and go away, that's our preferred option. Welcome.
I support what Frankie did. It's kind of like a neighborhood dispute. That's the only legal matter I've really been involved in my life. You're going to cut the baby, and I think the RRR has been brought forward. It's a good split the difference. Whatever latitude you have to do a relocate on that. I did want to point out, and I'm not a lawyer, but putting on my Kent Sawatsky non-Esquire hat, when we passed the CMMLUO, that was a public process. And these things were all brought forward. Everybody was notified. I went to a whole bunch of hearings on that. So it's not like people can't say they didn't understand what the impact of that was going to be on their properties. So I don't know if these people actually participated or were aware of the hearings, but they should have been because they were in the business. And so I really don't see any grounds, no grounds for a taking. That doesn't even come close to the definition. Of course, one of my biggest angst is with this and all these other interim permits that are out there that still have these same problems. And I know we keep extending it, and I think it's for, my opinion is so that people will be taxed, but that's part of our problem here, is that that's been going on and on and on without these things being resolved. And there's a whole bunch of other people out there, be quite direct with you, who have been allowed less than 600-foot setbacks from Forest Service land and other things. So we do potentially, that's the only Achilles heel I see, is a lack of consistency. And as far as I'm concerned, nobody should have been allowed these 600-foot deviations. I haven't seen cause for any of them being allowed yet. I don't really see a cause for this one in here. I recommend you go with alternative 1. I think that's a perfect solution, or as perfect as you're going to get. No one's going to go away totally happy, but I think it's the right way to split the baby. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this one.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Geneva Thompson, and I'm the Associate General Counsel for the Yurok Tribe. The Humboldt Planning Commission correctly rejected the Bluff Creek Company, Inc.'s application for a marijuana growing operation within the Yurok Tribe's K-Wet Ceremonial District. The application was denied because it presented clear violations of the county's commercial medical marijuana land use ordinance, and specifically the prohibition of cannabis cultivation within 600 feet of the tribal ceremonial site. The county's commercial medical marijuana land use ordinance follows the governmental best practices by respecting the sovereign status of Native nations and ensuring consultation and collaboration between sovereign governments to ensure the protection of sacred sites and indigenous ancestral homelands. The best practices codified in the county's law are in line with international law through the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, federal law, and state law, in recognizing that Native nations are in the unique position to know where their resources are located and how to best protect them. The county has correctly utilized governmental best practices when relying on Yurok law, specifically by major action through Resolution 18-87, designating the K-Wet Ceremonial District as a tribal cultural resource. The Yurok tribe is in the unique position of knowing the importance and location of the K-Wet Ceremonial District, and relying on Yurok law for this information is proper and clearly follows the requirements set in the county's commercial medical marijuana land use ordinance. Further, the Humboldt Planning Commission correctly relied on substantial evidence gathered and learned through many government-to-government consultations, intergovernmental staff meetings, and multiple stakeholder meetings. In the June 20th, 2019 letter provided by the Yurok tribe and included in your materials lists the many different meetings where information was shared regarding the K-Wet Ceremonial District. Further, the Yurok tribe specifically met with Bluff Creek to discuss their application and encourage them to enroll in the county's retirement, remediation, and relocation program. I and the Yurok tribe respectfully request the Board of Supervisors affirm the Commission's decision and make the finding that the Bluff Creek project is inconsistent with the commercial medical marijuana land use ordinance, and by chance offer the Bluff Creek opportunity to apply for the R&R process. Madrone, and thank you so much.
Anybody else? Okay. If you are interested in speaking, you can go ahead and stage or get behind there so we're aware. That'd be great. Thank you very much.
So now, Rosie Claiborne. I'm the Tribal Heritage Preservation Officer for the Yurok Tribe. Just took over here this last winter. One of the things that has continuously been brought up is the dislocation or the disclosure of tribal resources. And, I really want to bring it to the attention of the Board of Supervisors of why we don't do that. It is protected in federal, state, and then in our own tribal law, but also because the more we start to talk about it, it's a really scary thing to put things on state registers. It's really scary to put them on federal registers because we have had people in the past who have gone out and actually desecrated things because we have disclosed where they are. So I just want to be clear that that's the reason why we're doing it.
I think that's a problem with most tribes. Modern day grave robbers. Understood. Welcome.
I would like to go on, my name is Darlene McGee. I'm from down along the end of 169. I would just like to go on record as being in favor of the denial that was extended to the person who has the land use thing. I also kind of feel a little bit disgruntled that he calls our Native people a foreign government. And I don't feel like I come from a foreign government, but I think that we have the right to protect what we do have there. Thank you.
You had quite a drive today, too. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Javier Kinney. I'm the Executive Director for the Yurok Tribe. I wanted to share, again, with my colleagues as well, the perspective as well as the position of the tribe in three areas. Again, as our Vice Chairman eloquently spoke, as well as our Tribal Heritage Preservation Officer and our Council, the Yurok Tribe firmly supports the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors in this denial of this permit. Again, with the recent aspect of being open to the triple Rs. But this policy approach is correct and sound. The three areas that we want to make sure to make clear and that there is no confusion, that this policy approach is consistent with the applicable law, policy, and governmental relations between the Yurok Tribe and the Yurok communities. The decisions and the development of the Humboldt County Planning Commission recognizes the cultural integrity and lifeways of the tribal government, as well as the traditional knowledges carried out by the Yurok Tribe and its communities and its cultural practitioners, and that the Yurok Tribe is committed to continuing this generational work of sacred space, prayer areas, as well as cultural events, and will protect these religious aspects and lifeways for many years to come. As I indicated, the policy approach is consistent. This is the trend in regards to the collective natural resource management by a contemporary tribal government, as well as the county planning department and staff and tribal leadership. It also provides the trends of creating a sustainable economic, political, social, and legal space for not only Yurok tribal citizens, but also county citizens. We are simply not those people anymore. We're not those gold diggers that people historically thought we were, but it's a change of consciousness that we're engaged in, and we're going to continue that work. Again, the recognition of tribal sovereignty and policy inclusion in the planning development is important because of the land and the traditional knowledges that are directly connected to these areas and to these places by not only the natural resources management, but the people themselves, our traditional practitioners, and our youth and elders. Two more points, Supervisor, and I'll be concluding my
You got till the red light.
And so the Tribal Council, again, firmly believes and will continue to hold this position. But lastly, and most importantly, again, the cultural lifeways of the Yurok Tribe will continue and will continue to support the advocacy and positions at this level.
Thank you. It's public comment. Can he speak during public comment even though he's the applicant, or no?
Yeah, it's common practice to allow the applicant or appellant to respond to
Response,
public
okay.
comments.
All right.
You might want to make sure that nobody else has any comments. And
I would. Is that the end of public comment? Saying, okay.
Hi,
Akui, Necknow Cape Fisher. I'm the planning director for the Yurok tribe.
Can you move?
We have.
Can you speak a little
Better?
louder?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm soft
You're
spoken.
fine. You're fine.
We have worked diligently with all the R applicants who have come to us and with all the applicants that have been referred by the county. We have worked very well with the county planning department and appreciate greatly their willingness to work with the tribe. We tried repeatedly to work with Mr. Smith and were turned down repeatedly. We tried to schedule site visits over a period of 3 months and were again turned down. We informed them that we would be willing to accept RRs on multiple occasions, including the 2 meetings that they both referred to. They indicated they were not interested, but I know I can speak for the planning department at the tribe. We would be delighted to assist them now if they are interested in pursuing a RRR. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And seeing no one else, I will close public comment and go back to the appellant.
Good afternoon again. My name is Lucian Smith, and I'm the appellant in this matter. As you know, I am 100% about protecting cultural resources in the ceremonial areas of where I've grown up, of the Yurok tribe, the Karuk tribe, the Hupa tribe, Wiyot, everyone. I'm a huge advocate and supporter of them. I've always grown up with them. What I do have an issue with is going through the process in good faith, doing my due diligence, and the letters from both the Karuk tribe and the Yurok tribe are included in the Planning Commission packet that I'm sure you all have, where both tribes demanded jurisdiction plus a $2,500 fee to come out for the inspection. I couldn't afford it. I was paying my taxes, getting everything paid, working in the legal market, trying to find outlets. I had crop loss due to smoke. I had thievery from people that I hired, and that one almost broke me completely. Then getting tacked with $20,000 in taxes, $10,000 per year for a 9,200 square foot grow. I was just unable to afford to pay them, and I was not going to submit my property to their jurisdiction, especially being as I'm not even allowed to sit in a council meeting. I attempted to sit and peacefully listen in a council meeting of the Yurok tribe in December of last year, and I was escorted out, being as I'm not a tribal member. Didn't care to speak, just wanted to hear what was going on with my community that I grew up in. It's a very hard decision before you, and I completely understand that. I cannot afford a RRR. All the properties that are eligible for RRR and that don't have code violations that would actually get approved, I'm priced out of completely. I would need a $300,000 loan from Project Trellis to be able to do it. I can't afford to do it on my own. I work a second job in Arcata, and that's how I pay the bills. That's how I get everything all taken care of and keep everything in good standing. The legal market cannabis prices are not the black market prices you see floating around right now. We're lucky to get tops, after taxes are paid and everything, $800 to $1,000 per unit, which does not equate to much at all. And it has never been about the money for me. If I could afford to RRR, I would pack up and I'd do it in a heartbeat. I can't afford to, though. That's the situation I'm stuck in. I don't see any damage that I'm doing to the land, nor that my family has ever done to the land since 1973. Conversations with elders that my family has had, medicine women from the Karuk tribe, they've never mentioned anything about our property, except that along the Klamath River there are great basket-making materials. I have no problem providing tribal members that Frankie trusts coming down, always inspecting what I do, harvesting basket-making materials, and as long as they respect my home, and I will always respect theirs, always. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Supervisor Fennell?
So I really appreciate hearing from everybody on this. It seems pretty cut and dried in terms of the law. That's just the way it is. I will point out that I've worked with numerous people who came and were saying, I've got to wait, it's delaying my project, I've got to get the archaeological report, etc. I know that it takes a lot, but I know that the property in question is not the only one that has tribal resources on it, just archaeological sites. And from Mr. Smith's description, he, I would imagine, should have been pretty much aware that that was a real likelihood on his property. The bottom line is that that's the way the ordinance is written. It's in respect for tribal resources, tribal cultural resources, archaeological resources. This is a tough one for us because, you hear someone talking about growing up and understanding all of the tribal ceremonies, etc. But the bottom line is that this is what our ordinance says, and as I understand it, the Planning Commission would more than likely have done a 5-0 vote had not two of them wanted you to seek the RRR. And now I hear the tribe offering that RRR ability. So I think that's where I stand in terms of what I hear today and what I've studied in the agenda packet. The question I have is in the recommendation from the planning department, you have finding the project exempt, etc., finding the project inconsistent with the CMLUO, basically denying the appeal. But it also says deny the special permits, and I wonder where that leaves Mr. Smith if he wants to go forward with RRR and he's in the middle of provisional license with the state.
So that's a great question, is that if the permit here is denied, we would then notify the state.
I've closed the public hearing, by the way. I'm sorry.
Sure.
If this permit were denied, we would notify the state that the county permit no longer exists. The interim permit would be revoked, and the state license then would also be revoked.
And I think.
And so this is September. Is Mr. Smith in the middle of a harvest now, or I mean, what's going on?
I couldn't answer where he's at. It's getting close, if not already harvest time. Mm-hmm. I would add on that if the board's at all inclined to offer the RRR, we would, that action would not be to adopt the resolution taking actions. That action would be to continue this. Yes. Because while the permit's still active, there's still options. Once an action is taken on the appeal and on the permits, it's done. Gotcha. RRR at that point
so
is no longer an option.
You cannot add on the RRR to the denial.
No. Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And I understand maybe why the denial of the applicant or appellant on the RRRs, because you still have to own a piece of property. That's not a magic wand. You still have to own a piece of property to move it to. And so he's either got to go out and find somebody that wants to lease him a piece of property for a piece of the action, or, I mean, there's different avenues. And I don't know the extent that the UROCs and the Crooks can help on this, but it sounds like they're fairly open and have been fairly open into assisting in any way they can. But we've heard a lot of legal both ways today. We have way too many lawyers in the room for one meeting.
But I think we could find ourselves being sued or appealed either way we go, and I think we have to be aware of that. But I do appreciate the UROCs and the Crooks offering, and again, keeping that olive branch out there, saying, let's see what we can do together on a more appropriate location. So, and I think the appellant probably wanted to push the envelope as far as he could without doing that, but when you get to a certain point, you better grab onto that last piece of rope. So I appreciate you guys for wanting to work through that.
I'm going to say something. Okay.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the olive branch, you know, how do we work out our conflicts? I mean, I truly value having so many native tribes here in our area, and in full recognition of it wasn't really much more than about 150 years ago that a lot of pretty horrible things were happening in our community, and that's a hard thing to deal with. We can never make that right. But we can try, you know, in today's world to make it as right as we can. I also recognize the huge investment that's been made by the applicant, and I know the tribe recognizes that as well. I'm working with another tribe, I don't need to name names, but who's working with another cannabis farmer out in the Trinity River area, in an area where it was a mill site for the last 30, 40 years, and the site is highly disturbed. Gravel operations, cement operations, all kinds of things. And that applicant has been working with the tribe in that area and have come to an agreement on some conservation easements to portions of the property that were ceremonial sites. And so the tribe is going to, it would appear, be able to acquire some access to some property that is very important to them and their culture, while the applicant is going to be able to move ahead as well. And so I think that was a great compromise to make in that particular situation. Every site, every situation is very different, and I am in no way going to tell the applicant or the tribes what to do here. But we as a board do have to make a decision about this particular application and the appeal that's in front of us. And I would very much like to see the applicant and the tribe be able to work out something that would improve the lives for all people. And if right now that is the offering of a triple R, which is what we've heard very clearly, then I would very much support keeping that option open. I recognize that there's a lot of expense in trying to make that happen, and it won't necessarily make the applicant whole, but it certainly would help recover some of the costs, some of the investment here. And so whatever it takes for the applicant and the tribes to be able to figure that out, I would be supportive of, and I would very much support keeping it open with a continuance for the offer of a triple R to be able to move forward. Unless something else is brought forward by the tribe and the applicant in future meetings, and if I can be of any help in facilitating those meetings or discussions, my door is open. I would be more than willing to sit down and try and help find a reasonable solution. But I do respect the tribe's position in this, and I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yeah, so my question, I mean, the hearing is over, but through the chair, if somebody in the tribe has an answer for me, I would like to hear it, because I didn't, during the hearing, part of it, have this question. I thought I heard from the tribe recommended denial and the offer for RRR, and now I understand you can't have both. Is that correct, or can you do the RRR first and then the denial?
If I could, I think,
Yeah.
in fairness, the tribe doesn't dictate process here.
Yeah.
They're advocating this site not be approved for cultivation.
Right.
That a better alternative is to RRR and off the site.
Right.
That would then preclude future cultivation
Right.
happening on this site.
Bingo.
So the RRR would accomplish both.
Mm-hmm.
So the procedural aspect of it there functionally would remove cannabis from the site and preclude future cannabis cultivation on
And
the
then
site.
it would not So it would not deny the
It
appeal?
would not require denial on this action.
Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I can't exactly offer to sit down and be a lot of help in conversations, but I do agree. Actually, I think we're all kind of on the same page. And it's unfortunate that you get, that people get to this point, but in reading this all this weekend, there's no way I can say this is okay. It is totally against what we work so hard to set up. However, then we come to the meetings, we have to keep an open mind, and I think Lucien was very an eloquent speaker. I hear from all folks, that you have been a model, person who's trying to do the right thing, and I think that came very clear through what was said. And I'm sure it's really been a struggle because, here you guys have been friends in the past, or you've grown up together, and here you are facing off in a really uncomfortable situation. But we all have strongly held beliefs, and I hear all this legal. I read all the briefing of different legal cases where Philip Smith cited a lot of law, and it's like, well, sure, you can get tied up in a lot of lawsuits if we wanted over this, and then nothing is going to happen. So I would think that the time is either come to the table and figure out how to do an RRR. I know it's expensive. I'm sure there are some people who have some really thoughtful ideas who could be helpful, because if that doesn't happen today, then it's going down, So, those are the choices I see, which isn't a big choice.
And do you want to go now? Okay.
I just have a question about the continuance option. That's not even when or if this board decides to do a continuance, it would have a sunset, an expectation of a resolution. And what will be your expectation of that resolution in terms of time frame?
So I think if I could offer a process for that is that I would, even though the public hearing is closed, I'd ask the applicant if they would accept the continuance in order to pursue the RR with the clear understanding it is to work out an RRR, and then set maybe a 4 to 6 month time frame on that. If they're not willing to pursue the RRR, there's really no reason for the continuance.
Okay, and with that, I may look to Lucien, and again, I thank you for your service. I didn't do that earlier, but I do want to, that olive branch is out there. People all help. Everybody will help. I think, Frankie, I don't know what your options are now, even though everybody's got a wide open mind, but I don't know what your options are for you to keep going with your operation and the medicine you're providing at a nonprofit basis. I'll let the director make the proposal to you and see if we can make that, or are you willing to accept alternative number one?
I'm willing to accept to come to the table and discuss it, finish out this year, and to come to a middle ground. And if it's an RRR, then it's an RRR. Okay. I just have to find a way to pay for it, or someone that will lease me the appropriate amount of space to do so, and not try to gouge me like everyone in this county likes to do and tax me for no reason.
Find a friend.
Yes.
Or a partner.
So, I know it's not the hearing now, so it's up to you, Lucien, whether or not you want to answer my question, but it seems that the thing is really clear to me. You're in a situation here where if we don't feel like you're going to do RRR, we're just going to deny the permit.
Of course, I understand,
Yeah.
Supervisor.
So, basically, that's my question to you. Are you willing to do RRR?
I am willing to do the triple R.
No, he said no, but you said I'm willing to come to the table and do it. I don't get that. I want something really clear.
Okay, yes, I'm willing to do the RRR.
Thank you.
But it's going to take a little more than 4 months
I
find the right land.
I see that, and with that, I'm willing to give you the extra months, knowing that there is going to be, with this action, there will be no cultivation on the site next year. I think we can all agree to that. So I would probably, if you want to be back in operation, and with this, I don't want to say move them to the top of the stack or anything else like that, but I think since we're all in the condition of everybody working together, I see the planning staff and Ms. Castellano, everybody saying, I think if you can find the right proper site, the right partner, or somebody that wants to work with you, start knocking on doors. And I think you may get phone calls after this going, hey, but I appreciate, like Supervisor Vest said, because this is tough. And I understand you hanging on as long as you could, but I want to recognize the tribes also for still keeping that olive branch out there and willing to work with them, because they could say we're done, and I don't know if we'd have, as hopefully it'll work out for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And tell your dad it was good to see him today.
Can we get a recommended language?
Motion?
For that? And maybe sometime in the near future, we can have a new, more culturally appropriate version of olive branch. Let's try something a little more geographically appropriate. Would be awesome. I don't know what it is, but I'm looking for suggestions.
Would you like a redwood branch? Oak tree? Madrone?
Madrone.
A switching stick?
So a motion could be to the effect that move to continue this to a date uncertain, with a report to be brought back to the Board of Supervisors by March 3rd, 2020, with an update of how the RRR process has gone, and that there be no further cultivation on this property after the 2019 cultivation season.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. No more comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Thank you, guys. Well, since you guys are all leaving, we're going to adjourn.